Okay, let's try that now. People on YouTube, I just went through like a whole description too. People on YouTube, can you see me? I think we got it. I'm really hoping. Okay. All right, all right. So there's an extra button that you need to push. God, there's way too many things that are syncing up. All right, we did it. We did it. I'm on YouTube. That's right. Hey, I've only been an engineer for 15 years. So, you cut me some slack when I can't get a basic user interface to work this. Jeez. Okay, we're in good shape. Yes, all right. I see the comments coming in there. Beautiful, beautiful. Here we go. Okay, looks like Twitch is running well too. Everybody on Twitch, we got the sound and everything's coming through what we need. Beautiful. All right, this is fantastic. This is fantastic. Let's see, we can come over here, get that all set up. Okay, beautiful. So I'm going to take a step back because I was answering a question from the YouTube chat in the Twitch, essentially just streaming to Twitch. So, I'm so glad I got there. I was going to be so upset, of course. Okay, so taking a step back for everybody on Twitch, I apologize. I'll repeat myself here real quick. I'm going to do kind of an open Q&A here while we're getting everything set up, while everybody's coming in. So I got a question in the chat while I was kind of preparing, somebody that was waiting here. Very common question that I get all the time. And so I wanted to kind of walk through it and give an answer to this individual. So, and I apologize in advance. I'm probably not going to get your username right, but I think it's Saura BHS, SAURABAH. So apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly, but yeah. So they asked, I've spent a lot of time learning web security basics and beyond, including cross-site scripting, SQL injection, API testing, Portswigger labs, advanced penetration topics from integrity talks and other resources, etc. Theory and labs, right? I feel confident with the theory and labs, but when I go into real world hunting, I struggle to find actual bugs. What usually happens is I start to find things like, I start to find things like path traversal, XSS-based injections. But on modern applications, they rarely work, and I end up getting frustrated and stuck. It feels like I'm missing the mindset shift, and I really like the way that you said that, the mindset shift between labs and real world targets. Should someone at this stage focus on something differently from my experience? Is it recon depth? Is it target selection? Is it understanding application logic better? Something entirely different. Any advice would be really helpful. Yeah, so again, as I was saying, this is something that if you watch my live streams, my other YouTube videos and everything, this is something that you hear me talk about all the time. I hear this from so many people, and that's probably the first. I love how you said the mindset shift, because that's very accurate. So my response in there initially, I said, the short answer is you want to move away from injection testing, and you want to understand the security controls, the compensating controls that are implemented within an application that are going to affect those vulnerabilities. And the labs rarely show that, right? Until you get to the really what they call advanced labs, you're not going to, if you're testing cross-site scripting or directory traversal, things like that, you're not going to run into, especially cross-site scripting, you're not going to run into really complex granular security controls like a content security policy. You know, that content security policy is going to determine what type of scripts can execute, where they can execute, how they can execute. Can you load in an external script? Does it have to be an inline script? Right. So if you don't understand how the content security policy is affecting everything, that's going to, it's completely different from the way a lab would work. Most of the time, they just leave that out completely so that you can go and put everything in there. Most people are familiar with like server-side validations, right? Just looking for specific patterns, web application firewalls and stuff, but there's a lot of other layers there. You know, the connection source in the content security policy will determine whether or not you can exfiltrate data, right? There's a lot of granularity and things there. So that really, understanding how real world applications work and how they prevent these, cookie flags, all these different things, that's a big part of that mindset shift. And that's why a lot of people get stuck, because they're going in and testing. Like a lot of these labs show the best case scenario, Hey, another person saying increase the sound. Let me know here. I'll turn it up a little bit more. Let me know if you still can't hear it. I can bring this kind of closer to me as well. Yeah, it seems like some people are getting a quiet mic, some people aren't. Cool. Okay, so again, yeah. Understand the security controls and the compensating controls, right? Do research on it. Like really research how blue teams and how applications defend against these type of attacks, and you'll be able to recognize. And we're going to talk about a lot of that today. And as we're going through, again, the Stride threat modeling that I'm going to be showing today is going to be, very helpful for that as well. The other piece is you're focusing on injection attacks. And this is what so many people do because they associate injection attacks with hacking. It's kind of the cool stuff. You get the really cool, like big payload and it gets something to execute. You want remote code execution, but that's such a small sliver of what bug bounty hunting is and what penetration testing is in general. So you're narrowing yourself down to this very small subset of vulnerabilities. And it also happens to be the very small subset that the vast majority of people like to test for, they enjoy testing for. It's also the types of vulnerabilities that are very easy to scan for, either through automated scanning like Burp Suite or anything. And especially now when you've got these AI systems like XBAL and everything, there's essentially like automated agents that are doing penetration testing. Those are really, really good at injection testing because all you need to do for injection testing is you need to send a request with a payload and you need to look at the response to see if there's any variations in the response. So you can imagine why an automated system would be very good at this because ultimately what AI systems are good at, they can't outthink us, at least not yet, but what they can do is they can do repetitive tasks very quickly. So as a human wants to throw a bunch of payloads and go and look at variations, the AI is just going to be better at that. So you have all these things that are working against us. You're working against yourself. You've kind of pigeonholed yourself into this very narrow aspect of vulnerabilities that the vast majority of people are already testing. And then on top of that, it's easy to scan for, easy to identify, all this type of stuff. So until you get into the really, really advanced injection stuff where you can identify just some weird behavior in the JavaScript and go from that to building a whole new payload and understanding all the compensating controls, like all those pieces need to be there. Otherwise, if you find a vulnerability that's going to be similar to a Portswigger lab, like an injection cross-site scripting or an injection vulnerability, a lot of times they just end up being duplicates because so many people just focus on finding those as quickly as possible. So first of all, research and understand how the blue teams and how people defend against these attacks, modern ways to do that, all the different wide range of compensating controls. And that way you'll be able to better understand all the different things that are affecting your ability to get that payload to execute. Virtual DOMs is a big one for cross-site scripting as well. But more importantly, if you move away from those injection testings to things like logic testing, you always want to think about it as what humans excel at compared to these AI systems and the automated scanners is the context window. We have the ability to see the bigger picture of the very large complex application with all these different moving pieces and all these moving parts, and you can see how it might kind of affect things downstream. That's really the mindset that you want to get into. You want to go out and find complexity within the application, complexity within the authentication, right? A lot of times needs come up for a company where they need to build out a new feature or they need to bring on a new customer, new type of customer, something like that. And so they have to very quickly make changes to the way the authentication works to support this new customer, this new tenant, this new use case. And that adds complexity. And it can be very difficult for a blue team, a security team, to come in and help them implement that effectively because a lot of times there's time constraints. Maybe there's a customer that they need to build out this feature in order to close a huge customer that's going to be 25% of their annual revenue, right? It's some big consulting company or something like that. It's going to get a bunch of their software. Happens all the time. And so the developers kind of say, okay, we've already got this authentication. How do we kind of link it up with this SSO thing? Well, we'll throw this SAML or we'll throw this OAuth thing together. And all right, it's kind of a hacky way to do it. That's what you want to target, that complexity, the places where the developers and the engineers had to cut corners. That's what you want to target. So business logic, everything, focus on understanding the application. And again, what we're going to look at today, which is talking about Stride threat modeling and how we can use that to move from recon to actual manual testing, I think is going to help you a lot there. So, okay, I talked a lot. Somebody on Twitch, Sentinel said I could have written the exact same question. You're at the point a few months ago. It's interesting how I still find all these injections vuln pen test, but never in bug bounty. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, once you open up your application to a bug bounty program, it just gets swarmed with people that are doing injection testing. Cross-site scripting especially, you know, which is why I did my cross-site scripting series, where I tend to focus more on like logic testing and everything like that. But yeah, it's really the best thing you can do as an offensive security, as a bug bounty hunter, everything is research how defensive teams come in and secure it, and then you can figure out ways to bypass that there. All right, we got good. We got 55 people currently on YouTube and smaller number on Twitch, but that's still fantastic. Let me see if I missed anything else from the chat here, and then we'll go ahead and kick in a second. Somebody tell me, is the I've had a few people say, well, no, that's the same person. Is anybody? Hey, Decrypt, there you are. How's it going? Yeah. Okay, I've got some people saying I'm loud, some people saying I'm quiet. So I'm going to put it back down to where it originally was. Please let me know if anybody can't hear it or anything. Let me know. But if the vast majority of people can, then yeah. Retroact said this would be an incredible stream. I hope so. I hope so. I think so. I've certainly done some preparation over the past few days. Happy New Year, by the way, everybody that's here. So, all right. I think we are good to go. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything else in here. One person asked, what is the difference between the two tiers on YouTube? Do I offer private classes and mentoring? Yeah, so I do offer private tutoring sessions. It's a fairly new service, and I'm kind of trying to figure out the best way to do it because, you know, obviously I need to make sure that I get a return on investment for my time as opposed to not doing, you know, the other things like creating videos and doing other live streams for the larger community and everything. However, it can tend to be, oh, thank you so much. Thanks so much for subscribing, man. However, it can also be, you know, ultimately I'm trying to just figure out like what makes sense with the price and everything. I think where we're going to go in the future is probably like much larger, like webinars and everything, kind of similar to what Jason Haddix does. We had a good conversation at DEF CON and kind of picking his brain on what he's been doing there. But, so the private tutoring sessions right now, I have priced out at $250 for a 1.5 hour session, essentially a live session, and that includes all the prep work beforehand. So essentially the clients that I've had the most success with it is the ones that that are basically stuck and need kind of a push in the right direction. So they'll give me a lot of information beforehand, and then I'll prepare something specifically for them. It's like, these are what you want to learn, everything like that. One way that I've found that's been helpful to kind of mitigate that cost though is I've done it in groups, and essentially what you're purchasing with that money is my time, right? It's not necessarily like having more people in that session doesn't make a difference to me. So what I've had is people bug bounty hunting groups or groups. I think the biggest one I've had is 12 people so far that essentially split that cost, and then they get, you know, a 1.5 hour session. It's all people that have a specific problem or anything. So that is available. If you're interested in that, like I said, let me know. You can reach out to tutoring at arsonsecurity.com. It's ARS0N security.com. Happy to have that conversation. I'm still kind of working with it. But yeah, the partners, anybody at the partner level is going to get $50 off from that charge as well. So if just one person in your group is at the partner level, right, which is $9 a month, then you'll get $50 off that service. So, you know, it'll add up very quickly. I'm trying to find the ways that will work, you know, for everybody. And if you have any other ideas or you want to just talk about it, reach out. We'll talk on email. We'll try to find something that works for everybody. The other thing I will say is for the partner level, you get to make decisions on the upcoming videos. You know, I've been talking with the partners right now on essentially, if you're going to invest in my community, then I want to, you know, hear your feedback and kind of prioritize the things that you want to see there. So I've kind of been talking to them about what the next biggest videos are going to come, what the length may be, all that type of stuff there. And then the last thing I'll say about this before we jump into the actual stream is a new thing at the partner level. I'm going to start doing some private hunting sessions just with the partners, right? So we'll find a time that works for hopefully the majority of people. We're going to hop in on Discord. So we're going to have a lot more freedom than we would on a live stream for me to really dig into like the types of exploits and things, right? The stuff that I can't show on live stream, but I'll still be able to get a recording of it and send it out for anybody that's not there or anything. So I've been talking with the partners, trying to figure out other ways to add value to that partner level. But everybody gets access to the members only videos, which at this point has really been I think the bigger value add there. So, okay, cool. So I want to go ahead and get started. Let's get this flipped over here. Again, I will do my absolute best to look at the chat here, answer any questions that come up. Please let me know, especially as we're going through here. Okay, so today we are going to be talking about moving from manual recon to manual testing, right? So you've gone through, you've found all your subdomains, your IP addresses, you've gone through the whole, wildcard methodology, you found a URL that you want to target, right? So what do? What a lot of people do is go over into Burp Suite, come over here and say, all right, well, we'll start, right click, scan, and just start throwing a bunch of things at it and kind of crossing their fingers and hoping that something's gonna pop up, or right, you're gonna get something here that's actually gonna be valid. What we're going to do instead is we are going to go through and understand the application itself. We're going to identify specific mechanisms that we want to target that we think are going to have a good return on investment for us as bug bounty hunters. We're going to identify the notable objects. So what objects exist within the database, or within the database, the application, that are going to be valuable to us, again, as bug bounty hunters. Things like user objects, session objects, if there's data, any object that stores data and stuff, we've got to identify these objects that store this data and are stored in the database, and that's what we're going to target with our attacks. We're then going to enumerate how the security controls are implemented, and that's all going to kind of come back to determine what we can do and can't do. Again, that goes talking about content security policy, cookie flags, all that type of stuff. And finally, we're going to use all this information to conduct a stride threat model. Now, I talked about this a bit at the end of my previous stream. That's what the stream's going to focus on. This is something that every blue team does. Every blue team does. And I've been kind of surprised to see that it doesn't seem like it's really talked about a lot on the red team side. It's almost that people think that you should just know, or attackers should just know inherently that threat modeling needs to be done, or it's just kind of what they do. But I think that having a structured way to do it, essentially what it does is it forces you to ask the right questions. And especially when you're a beginner, when you're first starting out and you really don't know where to go and you're just drifting around and testing random things and doing all that, stride threat modeling can be a great way to just make sure that the testing that you're doing actually has a chance of being successful. You're testing the right things, you're understanding the application right. You can't even start testing if you use a threat model methodology until you fully understand the application and what you're targeting there. So how do you know what rate limit you use for all my tools? I have a default one in my framework that I use, but it just kind of comes with time and testing and kind of feeling it out. Typically, the default's probably fine unless you want to do anything, really wild. But okay, so we are going to focus on the same application that we tested previously right here. So this is part of the Mars. Oh, great. HackerOne's at me. I think I got logged out, but that's fine. This is on the Mars Vulnerability Disclosure Program, Mars VDP. And the reason I want to focus on a VDP, right? They don't pay bounties, but that makes them really great targets for people that are looking for their first bug, right? Because if you're an experienced bug bounty hunter, unless you're trying to get another private invite, which most people make the majority of their money from private programs as opposed to the public ones, these are great for trying to get those, right? Like if I need to make money, if I'm doing this full time, I'm not going to focus on a VDP unless it's a means to an end to go and get that private program. So if you're starting out, build up your signal reputation, get those first invites to public programs. This specific target has over 110 different assets. A lot of those are wild cards, huge scope. I definitely recommend going to this. If you haven't seen my first stream, I go through one of the wild cards and we can pull that data up here in a little bit. But yeah, definitely recommend doing that. So yeah, we're going to focus on this one here, and the application itself. You can see I've already got it brought up. You can see where we were doing a little bit of testing previously in the last live stream. One thing that's interesting, I have not logged out. I haven't touched this. It seems like my session is still active. So that's 5 or 6 days that my session has still been active here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's logging me out when I refresh. So yeah, so and the application itself, the first thing that we're going to do is start to walk through and understand the application at a high level, right? And we're going to ask a bunch of different questions about it, because the first thing you have to do, and what's really important to start is, first of all, you need to understand the purpose, what the high level, like the goal of the application is, and what problem does it solve, right? So we did look through this before, and ultimately, this is an online store. I don't really see another way to describe it, right? It's an online store to purchase things, kind of similar to Chewy, I believe. Now, it does seem like it was maybe targeted more towards vets initially, I thought, just by like the naming and the way to do it. But I don't see the ability to purchase, bulk. Maybe it does exist. In fact, we can click into one here. No, it looks like just one time each. So yeah, so it looks like it's really a competitor to Chewy. If anybody has used that, I don't see too much else going on. So pretty straightforward, right? It's an online store. So we have the ability to create an account. You can create free accounts. There is OAuth implemented with that. So that's one thing that we can target in there. You can see where we were doing some testing to see about maybe changing some personal details through a cross-site request forgery the last time. And then obviously you're going to have all of the logic vulnerabilities that are potentially going to come with being a store, right? So do we have the ability to purchase something, for less money, for, negative money, something like that? Yeah, a lot of different things we can try. There's actually some good Portswigger labs that'll go with that. So yeah, we're going to start by understanding the application, and then we're going to go through and start picking out mechanisms that we as bug bounty hunters feel like are going to be valuable for us to come and test. Yes, this is going to be recorded, so I'm recording everything right now. I will have the recording up on YouTube as soon as I can. Last time I was able to get it up in a few hours after the live stream finished. And then it'll be video on demand on Twitch and anything else as well. But yeah, I'll have kind of like an edited, polished, slightly polished version on YouTube, hopefully by the end of the day. All right. So let's come back over to the framework. And for anybody that doesn't know, this is my bug bounty hunting framework. And, you can get it here, right here. You can go to github.com, arson. In fact, if anybody wants to grab this, I'll drop it in both of the chats here. Do that. Yeah, you can go ahead and download it if you want to use it. The data that we're using today, I don't have any specific data outside of just adding this one URL target, and then we're going to be adding in things here. However, if you do want to pull in the data from the last time we did a stream, which also is specifically for Mars and relates to the target that we're looking at now, you can just go to the scan data here and come over to Mars. And this is the exact data that I'm working with for my hunting right now, right? You can click on that. Once you bring it up, just come over to the raw, right click, copy link, and you'll come over here. Oh, I accidentally closed it out. Running on localhost there. Then we can add a scope target. We will go back to our different options. Here you can see the new features, right? So we can also pull them in from HackerOne stuff there, but we're going to import the scan data from a URL, put that right there, and click import the database. Should just take a few seconds, and we're going to get all of those wildcard targets that we were testing with before as well. There you go, just that easy. So now we can select target, come over here, and you can see we have all of our recon data. By the way, you can see the performance improvements that are coming here. I've got the different loading. Yeah, should be working much, much better than it was before. So that's available for you if you want to test it. Again, that's going to be related to the application we're looking at today, but we're going to stick here within this URL. Okay, so we're going to start with some high-level questions here. And we went through and did some of these before, right? But again, we want to understand what the purpose of the application is and what problems the application is solving. So this is, fairly simple, and we'll just go and answer a few of these high-level ones here, starting with, customers. And you need to understand who is actually going to be using this. This is the reason I was wondering if it's veterinarians or not, because they're going to be your target. Whoever the other users of an application are, they're the ones that you are targeting with your attack. So whenever you write a bug bounty report, you'll need to include somewhere in there that explains, hey, here's the individuals that are using this application, and here's how we're targeting them. And this is fairly consistent, not 100%, but for the most part, Companies care a lot more about you targeting their customers than they do about being targeted themselves. It may sound counterintuitive, but if you can show that you can steal other customers' data and it's valuable, sensitive data, so something here might be like a payment card information, anything like that, they're going to be much more concerned about that than they will about, if you can steal like internal information or anything, unless that internal information allows you to move forward and eventually get the customer data. But your goal should always be to target that customer data. As you're doing your threat model, you should always tie it back to accessing that sensitive customer data in some way. So our customers, we know, are individual people, just somebody that's buying food and other things for pets. Can use this shop to order pet supplies online. Very simple, and we're just starting to get an idea of what it does. It's definitely customer facing. It's a single product, and that's fine. It's pretty straightforward. I don't think anybody here is confused about what this does, how it works, the purpose of it as well there. Retro Hack said, how do you learn about CLRF injections? I found a bug bounty program, couldn't find, you found one in a bug bounty program, couldn't find any more information about testing it. CLRF, typically you're gonna have like header or cookie injection. There's some decent labs on Portswigger, but it's fairly simple, right? You're injecting a return carriage and a line feed into it. I think I'm saying that right, but ultimately you're trying to inject a header or a cookie. I would take a look at Portswigger stuff. I think they're good there because CLRF is super straightforward. It's another injection, right? It's essentially, does the server just trust that as an actual new line characters and return it back on there? So, okay. So the next thing that we want to do, not the first thing, because we're starting to get this here. Let's start getting into the technology and everything as well. Now, I know last time we took a look at this, what is the front end? And it is Mustache.js. Mustache.js. And what we did learn is there's no virtual DOM on here. So as we get later in the threat modeling process, we're going to remember this. We're going to use this information to know that we do have the ability to get client-side injections in here without doing something fancy or breaking out of this virtual DOM, a typical cross-site scripting like reflected or stored. So if this was React or if this was Angular, it would change how I might approach the possibility of, thank you so much for the follow. It would change how I might approach trying to get a client-side injection, right? If it's React, then as I'm talking about what's possible, especially once we get into things like tampering and spoofing in the Stride threat model, that would make it much more difficult to leverage client-side injections. But because we know this, we now know that client-side injections are going to be possible. Is it a single page application? We looked at this before. The answer is no. And there's a few different ways that you can see this. Typically what I recommend is just looking at the page source itself. A single page application is where, the example that I used before is my framework. My framework is a single page application. There's no other routes or anything that would come on here. Everything that happens is a single DOM. If I right click on this and view page source, right, there's basically nothing. This is the whole application. This is what a single page application looks like. It's a really basic DOM that loads in these giant JavaScript files, and JavaScript manipulates and changes everything. Every button click is JavaScript. Everything is driven from that single page in the client side, right? So that will obviously, again, impact the way that we're going to approach finding ways to attack these mechanisms. So it is not a single page application. Another, it's funny to talk and type at the same time. Another thing that shows me of that is things like this. Typically, we're accessing the file itself, this .pml file. If you're accessing individual files and it's changing, and there's a bunch of different routes, that's not a single page application. A lot of times, applications will be a hybrid of the two. So if you see a lot of client-side calls coming out, then it's more leaning on the single page application. But this is just strictly not at all. And again, that affects a lot of the different things we can do. I don't see any any client-side rendering. The last time we did a lot of research on this. The last time, for the most part, I think it's written in Java. Although these PML files, I don't know much about. If anybody in the chat does know anything about it, I'd be very, very interested. We tried to do a little bit of research, and there were all these different things. That's why I like testing on this one too. Is it's actually a unique, I don't know, tech stack or something. Maybe not unique, but I haven't played with it a lot, so I've been learning as I'm kind of going through this. Okay, is the backend REST, GraphQL, or mixed? So essentially what this question is asking is, how are they making changes to the database, right? So everything within a web application, everything that you do, let's get rid of that there. We don't need it. Why is it slowing me down? There we go. Everything that you do within a web application, every button you click, every page you load, every HTTP request is going to do one of four things. And the abbreviation is CRUD, C-R-U-D. So you are always, every single mechanism within a web application does one of four things. It creates data in the database, it reads data in the database, it updates data in the database, or it deletes data in the database. That's it. That's what a web application is. The difference between a website and a web application is a web application does those modifications. A website just has read. It has information that is loaded and you can read. If there is any mechanism that does anything other than read, it becomes a website, becomes a web application, and there are possibilities for you to come and attack it. Although with read, you never know. Sometimes you can go and pull stuff in there. So, Morner says, Arson, please help me understand a virtual DOM and how you decided there is no virtual DOM. Sure. So a virtual DOM, and let's kind of, so a virtual DOM, there are very, very popular frameworks for JavaScript that are used in a lot of web applications that you're going to be testing. React and Angular, React and Angular are two most common. Next.js does a lot of stuff on the server side. It doesn't do a virtual DOM to my knowledge. I'm far from an expert on Next.js though, so somebody please correct me if I'm wrong about that. So essentially what happens is when you load a web page that has a virtual DOM, when you load a single page application, and again, my application is written in this. So you see here, we open this up, we can see React. If it's using React or Angular, you know it's doing a virtual DOM. So to answer one of your main questions, how do I know it's not using a virtual DOM? Because it's using mustache.js as its front end, and I just basically did some research on Mustache and found that it does not use a virtual DOM from the information that I found. So what is a virtual DOM? Essentially, when the page loads, when a normal page loads that doesn't use something like React or Angular, the DOM itself, the document object model, loads up. And the way I always describe the document object model, you think about it like magnets on a fridge, right? All the different pieces of the application are magnets on a fridge, and JavaScript just moves them around, adds magnets, takes magnets away, right? The JavaScript is the verb, HTML is the nouns, CSS is the adjectives, and then JavaScript is the verbs. It's the actions within an application. So what typically happens without using one of these frameworks that uses a virtual DOM, the web application will load, the basic DOM will load, and then in sequence, that JavaScript will execute one by one, going down the DOM, and it will manipulate and change things and load in more and do that. And that's how the web application loads. And that is where things like reflected and stored cross-site scripting get executed. As part of that process, some payload gets either loaded in. If it's reflected, it comes from the incoming HTTP request. If it's stored, then it's coming from the database, but it gets loaded into the DOM in that process and will execute the JavaScript along with all the other JavaScript. That's how that vulnerability occurs. With a virtual DOM, essentially a sandbox is created within your browser where all of this, a ton of different JavaScript things happen, and there's additional controls that are put into place to check and make sure, essentially prevent that JavaScript from executing, because it would execute within this virtual DOM. And then once everything is loaded, the full final DOM gets pulled out into your browser. So what you see is, in fact, we show something like this here, you know, right? I have 0 sanitization on this here. There's nothing in my web application that will prevent me from going and storing this within the database, right? So then if I come back and refresh the page, of course I've got to go back into my one there, right? Obviously nothing is executing. Why is that happening? Because this is being loaded in a virtual DOM and it's not actually being given the ability to execute. And so if you come in here and you bring it up, this is where I see all the time where people will say, well, wait, I see it loaded in the DOM. I mean, it's grayed out, but it's not being changed. You know, like this should be executing in here. Why is it not executing? And the reason for that is it's being loaded up in the virtual DOM. And so it's preventing it from actually being able to execute. Hey, Happy New Year, D-Day 52. Appreciate you coming. So that is, I guess, like a quick rundown of it. I think that's what you really need to know. Let me think if there's kind of anything else to touch. Oh, there are ways to get around that. So when you see that it has a virtual DOM, what you're hoping is that they're using something like this. React and Angular have different ones. React, the most famous one is set dangerously. I can't spell. That'll be fine. So React has a method called set dangerous. Is it dangerously set? I thought it was set dangerously. They change it? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, dangerously set inner HTML. I thought it was set dangerously. It could be wrong. But essentially, you have this to where it tells the virtual DOM explicitly, no, I want you to allow this to be loaded in the real DOM. So this is how you can potentially get cross-site scripting, client-side injections through this. There's other ways as well, DOM-based typically. But if you see a virtual DOM, shy away from reflected and stored cross-site scripting because it can be difficult. Although also remember, hey, thanks so much for the follow. Also remember that if you see like the core of a web application that has React or Angular or anything like that, remember that not every endpoint may have that. So, you know, typically the 2 ways that you can check, obviously like WAPLIs or anything, it's pretty easy to tell because the React is, I mean, it's got to be stored in the client side. You can come in there. Always do this. Wrong one. Sorry. Always come in and check the debugger to see this. This is what you want to see. This means they screwed up. Now, my tool is still in beta. It's supposed to be like this, but you can see I have not properly serialized my Webpack. So all of the JavaScript that's being used within my application is here. If you see this, you can use, let's come over here. Right click on this. Do I have it installed? Yeah, you can use JS Miner to actually download. I think it's dump static files, the ones you do there if you do anything. It will download all of these raw static files, and then you can go in and identify which one you can try to find. Like you can basically grep through it and see if it has that dangerously set inner HTML. Angular is going to be the same type of thing. Hey, thank you for joining too. Thank you. Love that. Okay. So hopefully that was helpful. Again, I'm trying my best to keep an eye. Yeah, thank you so much, man. Oh yeah, always have. No. Yeah, I mean, I really, really appreciate everybody that joins and helps support the community and everything. But my goal here is to put information out to the community to help anybody. So yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I got a question here real quick, sir. If a profile image fetch from URL feature makes a server-side HTTPS request, but blocks HTTP, how would you show impact? So that's from Shanks Hockey. He's One Piece fan. I like it. I love One Piece, man. I love it. I guess you're saying that it does a DNS request, right? So as you're getting a DNS request, but not an HTTP request. Assuming that's the case, which I believe it is. One of the, there's not a great way to show impact. I mean, it depends on how it's using the DNS. I want to try to elevate that to an HTTP. And one of the ways that you can do this, a trick that I've done before, keep getting rid of headers and make it as small as you can possibly can. Because what happens sometimes is on the back end, sometimes they'll have a try catch where if the DNS query fails or if something breaks, then it will also send the HTTP request. So I've had a lot of success with that in the past. If you get the DNS external response. Keep cutting out different headers, throw in new headers, try to get it to break, and hopefully there's a try catch where it says if the DNS fails, it fails over to an HTTP request. But it all depends on how their code is, how it's actually happening. If they just have the code where it always makes a DNS, there's not much that you can do. Just a DNS query is not going to be huge. There's some super advanced stuff that you can do to potentially pull data if you can hit an internal target and do everything with that. But that would be a whole basically, series of videos to kind of get to that point. So, okay, I want to move back to going through the threat model here. So we were asking here, does the backend have REST, GraphQL, or mixed? So how are those CRUD mechanisms having to create, read, update, and delete? So if we come over here, and we don't know for sure, we can start to do some tests. I do see that there is an API. Typically, if it's REST, you're going to have like a REST API, but for the most part, gosh, this is good grief, this is nested, right? So here is, I don't know what exactly is happening here, but we're sending a post request to this individual endpoint with a list of numbers, and we're getting a sequence in here. This looks like a read, even though it's sending a post request. But yeah, so there is some REST implemented. We've got another one here. However, I don't think that the majority of the application uses REST. Let's come in and let's come over here. So go to profile. Let's modify a few of these again. So my name, I'm going to change it back to Harrison there. And let's hit save changes. And now if this was a REST, if it was entirely REST, then we would expect that to go to a specific endpoint, and we don't. Yeah, we have a lot of things that are being sent in there. I think this is the post change. Yeah, so here's the information that we sent to change. It is a post request that goes to an individual file. So there is some REST implementation, but for the most part, this looks like an old school form submission, So that's what I'm going to put here. Some REST, mostly old school form submission. Right? And so that opens up things like a lot of times when you have a RESTful API, it's going to another subdomain. So we've got to take cores into effect. So I don't see that here one way or another, but with form submissions to do these CRUD requests, we start to get into things like cross-site request forgery. That's why you saw me doing a test there before. That's why we kind of eventually got to it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like other things with form, but we have individual files that are processing it as well. So it looks like it's kind of functioning similar to like the HTTP or PHP, like an older PHP type application. I'm wondering, when we have form submissions going to a file like that, a lot of times they may accept different HTTP verbs because it's just one file that is designed to accept every request. Whereas typically like a RESTful API, there's an endpoint for get, an endpoint for post, and they're explicitly set. GraphQL is its whole other thing, right? I've got a few videos looking at GraphQL, especially in my IDORs and access controls part 2. I did a lot of stuff on that, but yeah, GraphQL is its own thing. Pulling in there. So what is this program? This is the Mars VDP, the Mars Vulnerability Disclosure Program. It can be found right here. We are looking at this URL scope target as well. Got a couple other questions in here. Hey, the Wind God, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm trying to keep up with the chat here. Got a lot of things coming in, a lot of people on. I need to find an XSS on a private program and change some vulnerabilities. Am I open to collabs? I unfortunately don't have time. Now, again, with my partners, I'm going to do some group hunting and everything, but I don't have any time to collaborate with anybody outside of my own personal bug bounty hunting team right now. I'm sorry, but I am definitely going to try to provide information to help you with that. And again, like my client-side injections part 2 video that I just came out, I think for reflected and stored would help a lot. And then I've got got several different videos out there for that. Is there automated scans for SQL injection? Yeah, there's a lot of automated scans for SQL injection here. And somebody asked, bro, when are you going to release the next members only video, and what's the next video topic on that? Yeah, so I will go ahead and mention real quick before we jump back into here. I have, hopefully the next one's going to be coming out in 1 or 2 days, and it is a big one. I've been working on this video for almost a month now, on and off. It is essentially, it's going to be a very long structured video on what we're talking about here. It's going to be a very long structured video on using stride threat modeling to move from recon to manual testing. And we start by going over all the theory. We talk through a hypothetical application and go through a full hypothetical threat model. And then at the end, I go into real world topics and we do some real threat modeling. So it is a very deep dive into that process. And I really think it's going to help a lot of people to get so many questions that are asking about that. So that's going to be the next members only video. I'm very, very excited about that. And again, I've got everything built out. I just need to record it, and the editing will be very easy because there's a slide deck and everything with it, which are pretty easy to do the editing. So cautiously optimistic I could have it out tomorrow. If not, I'm hoping Sunday, Monday at the absolute latest. But I'd be pretty upset with myself if it took till Monday to do that. Yes, I'm very, very excited about this. So it's going to be a 3 or 4 hour video at least. That is, I mean, it's just everything that I can think of to put in there. Very deep dive to like teach the full methodology of, going from completing your recon to having a long list of different possibilities for actual attacks that are worth your time. I feel like this is something that's kind of missing in the industry right now. Will the video be public? I do think eventually I'm going to make the video public, or at least maybe do some different versions of it, kind of piece it up. But I'm starting out with it being a members only video because, again, I've gotten so many members that have joined since I kind of made the announcement that I was doing this full time. And a lot of people are joining and investing in the community without me having these members only videos there, right? They're doing that because they have faith in me and they want to kind of support me. And so this is something that I've planned for a while as like my first big thank you. I've got 3 videos there that I think are really valuable, but this is one that's like, this is going to be a top tier, something that I think could probably be sold as like a corporate training or anything, but I want to provide it for the people that are investing in my community. And again, it's like, right, it's $3, $2.99 for the lowest setting. You'll get access to that as well. So yeah, this is my big thank you to everybody who was invested early in the process, and then maybe 6 months or something down the line, I'll make it public as well. Otherwise, we're gonna talk through it in the videos here. So I'm glad you're excited. Yeah, this is something that I'm really kind of putting a lot of effort in because I think it's completely missing from the existing training and everything here. Going back to what we were talking about in the beginning too, right? Like nobody talks about after you're done with like all the recon and everything, like what do you do aside from just scanning? So, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate the support. Really, really appreciate the support. Okay, so we've got that one there. Is there API versioning? So this is, I think, a good one to look at because I believe there is. We can see over here. Why does it keep messing up the UI? Right, we've got a version 1 here, and I think if I remember correctly, I thought there was another one that we had found before that was like an API version 2 or something like that, but it does look like there's some versioning. So what that means for us is maybe we can get access to an older or a newer version that we can manipulate as well. So all that's going to go back into our threat modeling consideration. So yes, version 1, and I think there's a V2 somewhere. And these notes are all for you. Now, long term, these are going to be used in some more automated things as well. But for the most part, yeah, we're just kind of putting the picture together in our heads. So, okay, let's move away from this. Let's start looking at how it's being hosted. We're not going to go through all of these here. We're just kind of putting everything together. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad this is helpful. All right, is the application behind a CDN? So a CDN, a content delivery network, I think. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Content delivery network. Yes, okay, good. That's all right. I only do this for a living. So a content delivery network, what is that? That's gonna be your CloudFront, your Cloudflare instances. Essentially what a CDN is it is a load balancer on the front that accepts a bunch of requests and delivers static information. So typically like JavaScript files, anything else, it's designed to deliver, static files or anything that are there. So a lot of time, like if you look in AWS, you're going to have a CloudFront instance that has some access to some S3 buckets on the back end. And when it makes request, it'll deliver it out there. So it's just an effective way as opposed to having one single application, which by the way is what we're seeing here. So no, I don't see any CDN. This is a monolith. Right. It's just a easy, cost-effective way to deliver those static files. What that means to us as a bug bounty hunter, if it's using a CDN, then we know that it's getting all its static files from there. So it's probably more of a distributed system across multiple different microservices. So when you start looking at things like file upload vulnerabilities, right? You're not going to be able to get the traditional things where if you upload a file, maybe you can get it to go on a different place in the server or access different files, right? Because that just doesn't exist if you're using a CDN. A lot of times if they're using a CDN, then what's going to happen, you upload a file, that file upload, if it's an AWS, they'll, on the back end, it'll create a pre-signed URL. Then it'll use that pre-signed URL to upload that to a staging S3 bucket. And then that'll trigger a cron job with what is it? Event Watch, I think. That could be wrong. Anyway, it'll trigger a cron job that'll go and pull that out and do some scanning on it, then stage it in another S3 bucket that the CDN can grab, right? This is how modern application works. It's not just a single code base running on a server to where you can start target the directories in the server or anything else. So understanding whether or not it has a CDN is going to impact how you might do things like file upload, local file inclusion, things like that. We don't see that here. We don't see a CDN. We have everything. This is going to drive me crazy. We have everything under this single page. We're seeing actual files being loaded. All of this tells me that this is a monolith, a single application that's actually running likely on a web server, that this probably has like an Nginx, reverse proxy or something like that that's sending everything back there. So I'm making some assumptions. You're always going to make some assumptions when you're doing this, but that is what this is telling me when I don't see a CDN. And then of course that's not applicable. Is there any server software? Can we come in and validate this? Hey, Sora BHS, thank you so much for joining as a member. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that support. Okay. I want to come up here to search real quick. I do see that we got a couple of questions there in the chat I'll try and get to here in just a second. Retro Hacker said, thank you for all the information. You truly helped me so much, man. I'm so glad. I really am so glad. Like my goal is to create the educational content for bug bounties that I wish existed when I was starting. That's, if you want to boil it down to one thing, that's my goal. So hopefully that's what I'm doing here. Okay. So I'm going to try and see if there is any Nginx here. And oh, of course. Okay. So first of all, in scope, and let's only look at the response. No, we're not seeing that there. So yeah, so looking for, oh, y'all can't even see this. What am I doing? Good grief. Yeah, so I'm coming over here in the search, and then we're going to do in scope, and we're looking for response, kind of looking for response headers to give me an idea of what the server is. Oh, you know what? Here you go. There's your answer right there. Bing, bong, boom. We got the version number and everything as well. So let's come over here, right? I'm going to use this. And now we have the documentation. Fantastic. And we have the documentation specifically for the version. So now we can see, all right, so we are running 3.10.06, not we, they obviously, but 3.10.06, and here we're showing 3.10.0 or 3.13. Okay, so we are a few versions behind. Here's our 3.10.06. So we're, okay, so this is good. So now we're understanding they're using a bit of an outdated version of this. So I want to know, actually, I'm going to leave that up because that could be helpful for us. We'll just go CVE, CVE, exploit, something like that. Let's do this one here. Exploitdb.com, is that right? Nope. Oh, it's got a dash in it. There you go. Let's see what we have up here for Kong real quick. We got some, okay, so nothing real big coming up here. That's all right. What I do want to know what was it called? API proxy? Is that what it calls itself? I'll just call it a reverse proxy. See if we can find any information about something special. It probably works very similar to an Nginx. It's a reverse proxy sitting in front of your backend systems, intercepting clients, and then routing them. So not really seeing too much that we can do here. Yeah, it just works like a basic reverse proxy. So, okay, that's fine. But now we know we do have a slightly outdated version. I want to keep this here because one thing that I would do is start looking up at these pieces here, right? Is there any security? We got performance, bug fix, et cetera, et cetera. Lot of information within these release notes that we could potentially use to find something, right? Like if they did an update, they were trying to solve some type of problem. So now that we're looking at an older version, can we somehow use that to do it as well? So no known, can't type CVEs. All right, so that'll be fine right there. Yes, Kong. And yeah, now I want to know, is it hosted in cloud? But first of all, I think we have a couple questions over here that I want to kind of hop over and go through real quick. All right. Nishad Babu, hopefully that's correct or close. I'm sorry. 6632 says, sir, I have a problem while testing for authorization issues when logged into an account through Google. So that's going to be your OAuth, right? When you're logging in to an application from using another service like Google or SSO or anything like that, you're using OAuth. And I mentioned this in my other stream. I'm going to continue to mention it because it is a pet peeve of mine. We're going to pull up the RFC for OAuth. Somebody please tell me where in the world this says authentication framework. It doesn't. OAuth is an authorization framework. It determines what the client is authorized. It should not be handling your authentication. You should not be leveraging Google's authentication for your application. So anytime I see somebody using OAuth strictly for authentication and not just for scoping for authorization, that's something I want to test. Okay, off my soapbox. When logged into an account through Google in Burp Suite, it's automatically getting logged out in Burp Suite. I don't know. I mean, you may have like a match and so one thing that people can do, but this wouldn't happen across the board, it'd be pretty rare that it happens, is you can identify that the request is coming in using Burp Suite certificate, and you can put blocking up on that. I've run into a couple pages like that where it would have unexpected things. I don't know if Google having that. I honestly don't know what's happening there. I would think more of there's just some type of a setting like I'm betting, I wonder if you have Collaborator Everywhere installed. I bet you have some type of extension or something that's affecting it. I run into this all the time where an application doesn't seem to work right, and then I forget that I have Collaborator Everywhere installed where it like just throws that all over the place. So that's something that I might look at. Shanks, you said you're getting a full HTTP request, not just DNS. Okay, going back to the question we had earlier, from the CloudFront IP, does that change the SSRF's impact? So what you have is really technically, if you can get an HTTP request from that IP address and it's coming to Collaborator, then what you're showing is that you can have an external service interaction, typically is what people will call that. Typically, when I submit SSRFs, what they want to see is that you can target an internal service. If you're just targeting things you own. Now, again, it's like, people feel differently about this. Work with the program. You can ask them. Sometimes that will be enough. But ultimately, your goal with an SSRF is to find an internal target. And so, a lot of people will hit like localhost and everything there. What I'm trying to do when I do that, there are endpoints for different cloud hosting providers that you can use. Is that's much more common today. So AWS has a metadata endpoint. Here you go. I think that's what it's going to run on right there. Yeah, there's a IP address that's used essentially within any like an EC2 instance, anything like that. where it'll pull a bunch of really valuable metadata. That is what if it's an AWS, I target that. Azure, it's got some different ones. GCP has some different ones as well. But most cloud environments have an internal IP address that's fairly standardized that you can try and hit. Now, if it's, so you mentioned CloudFront. CloudFront, this is what I would use to target, because CloudFront is going to be AWS. Cloudflare is its own thing, right? It's not going to be within AWS. But this is what I would typically target to build or show impact. Check to see if there's any other anything running on localhost, check all those different ports. And then the other thing that I do, actually, I'm glad now that I have this. Oh no, I don't have the other data, I don't think. The other thing that I do is I look at DNS records, and I try to find any DNS records that I can't access externally. So if I try to load it in my browser and it won't load, it just spins and says it can't be reached, try that with the SSRF, because that means that that DNS record is actually stored on an internal DNS, especially if you can find, because again, CloudFront, you're in AWS, if you can find that that's actually hosted on Route 53, it could be an internal route. And so that's a good way to try to kind of build those out and show impact. So do you have a problem with a framework where it takes too much time to scan or it didn't work? So it's my framework is just a wrapper around a lot of other tools. So, I mean, some of the scans take a long time, especially if you're, depending on what the target is. My recommendation, if you have any issues with it, just go out and run the tools individually, right? See how long it takes. Run AMAS outside of my framework on the same target. I've had AMAS scans that have taken 24 hours. It's like, it can take a long time to run certain ones. And I am, really the metadata, and these over here, this is typically the gather metadata that will take the most amount of time, and it's all stuff coming from my framework. So that's something that I'm gonna have an ability to stop, because it can take a long time. Everything else, again, is just running another tool. My framework is just a wrapper around a bunch of other tools, that hopefully makes it easier for people to jump in and start bug bounty hunting today, as opposed to anything else. So still have people talking about the audio. I don't know why some people are having issues and others aren't, but it seems like the majority of people are okay with the audio. So okay, thank you so much. I appreciate all the support there. Oh, there's a new RFC for OAuth 9700. Really? Let's take a look at that. Oh, okay, it's specifically on OAuth. Oh, this would be a great read. Yeah, good call out. So specifically for OAuth security, an RFC specifically for OAuth security. I love it. Yeah, that's something that I would say definitely anybody that wants to do it. Yeah, of course, James. Happy to help. Happy to help. Good. I see other people saying that that those are working. Their audio is working. Yeah, no, I definitely talked about OAuth in the 3-hour video there. It says Google seems to block traffic from the PortSwigger SSL certificate, I guess. Yeah, it may be. I haven't run into that before, but I'm not, I certainly wouldn't put away from it. Okay. I think I got all the questions in the chat. Again, please let me know if I didn't, but let's come back over here to some of the questions. So, I think that's probably good. We've got a general idea. Or no, I want to see the cloud, right? Is our application hosted in the cloud? That's actually something that I don't know off the top of my head here. We do have some JS Deliver, some other CDN that's handling a little bit of it, but it must be a small portion of the actual application. I don't see this running in the cloud. I mean, typically we would pick up like some AWS or anything here. I don't know where they have this hosted. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's come over to Burst Suite. Let's see if we can figure that out, because I do want to know, is this in the cloud at all? So we have our IP address here that's being used for the most part. So I'll type this over here, and let's do a reverse DNS, which is going to do an IP address lookup, and we'll see if we can figure out where exactly this is. I wonder, let's see, so we got 34.96.70.63, and let's see where this is going. Google. Okay, so it is hosted, yeah, it's PTR record, so it's hosted in Google Cloud. So Google, at least the Google domains here is kind of with that. I think we can make the assumption that that's hosted in Google Cloud. Let's we can see if Gemini wants to help us out with that. We'll just see if this works. I have no idea if it's going to work. Ah, it says it is. Okay, so I am going to make an educated guess here that this is being hosted in Google Cloud. They may just be using the DNS. Kind of hard to tell with, you know, it's not super obvious there, but I think that's fine. So maybe, probably, I think that'll work. Okay, so I think that's fine there. Let's come down here to the network. You know, that's all fine. Let's come down and take a look at this because we'll need to see here in a bit, but kind of glance at some cookie flags. We only have one. Wow. I think we found this last time, but it's still wild to see. Decrypt, you said, is the Google's IP here going to be in that electric site in the list of ASNs? Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely going to be an ASN. I'm just wondering, or it would be under Google's ASNs. I'm just wondering if they are using Google as like basically a redirect to bounce off to their servers. Because I know that's what we did that at one of my previous companies for a little while. One of our pages, like, we weren't hosting it in Google. We were hosting it in a separate service. It was our marketing website, but we used Google as a redirect. I don't remember why. That decision was made before I got there. I don't remember if there was a specific reason for that, or if it was just something that that they needed to do, or kind of it was easier to do it there. I don't remember. Hey, Hacker JI, how's it going? How's it going? All right, so we have do a few that are true here. Okay, so the session at least has secure. Same site, none. Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of cookie flags here. So again, this is all going to be really helpful for our threat model. So very few have HTTP only. Session tokens do not. So once again, client-side injections are certainly in play here. You know, this goes back to what I was saying at the beginning, where you start to understand the security controls. So a HTTP only flag on a cookie is a security control that if you get a cross-site scripting, can you access that cookie using JavaScript? If it does not have HTTP only, then yes, you can. So this is telling me, again, I'm starting to build this picture in my mind that this could be a good target for cross-site scripting to try and kind of exfiltrate that as well. Once again, only a few, but the session token seems to need to confirm, right? Same site as well, right? The same site, whether it's none, lax, or strict, is going to determine where that cookie is allowed to be sent if we're using it there. So strict means it's got to stay on that same site. Lax means it can go to subdomains. None means we can send it anywhere. That would be helpful if we had CORS implementations, although I'm not really seeing any CORS implementation. Again, this looks like a monolith, so I think that's probably why that you chose to do it. And let's just see real quick here if we can see how they are scoped. Now, I'm kind of making some assumptions about what the session token is. I think this was the main one that we found, and we can test that out in a minute. There's a few different ones that look like they may be session IDs. This is only scoped, so you see the path right there. So that's telling us where it's scoped, the domain and the path. So this is only scoped, I believe, to this domain. Yeah, whereas you can see these are going to be scoped to any subdomain with there. So see the other one here. It looks like our session tokens are scoped just to this domain, which will be fine there as well. I don't know if I should say your name, but Inside Me asks, any source for huge checklists? I don't know exactly what you mean. I mean, for bug bounty hunting and everything, I'd say my framework is we're kind of going through a checklist now. But yeah, I just use Google anything. I mean, just search for like GitHub bug bounty checklist, anything. I'm sure you can find a lot of stuff on there. So is a web application firewall present? We tested this the last time. I did not see any evidence of a web application firewall. And I know web application firewalls can be very frustrating to test, but there's a reason. Oh, it does say Java. That's good. There's a reason that a common phrase in application security is, if you want to make a web application less secure, put a WAF in front of it, put a web application firewall in front of it. Web application firewalls can, first of all, there's a lot of ways that they can be bypassed. I think we all know that. We've seen people talking about that. On the blue team side and on the company side, they tend to create a false sense of security and a single point of failure. So what happens to the security team when a company is really relying on a web application firewall is, people like me go and try and say, hey, we need to fix this and this, so that this attack is impossible. And the question we get is, well, can they do that through the WAF? Are we blocking that in the WAF? And it's, well, yes, we are, but you have to understand that can fail, and it becomes a fight. That's what happens behind the scenes. And so there's a lot more friction. There can be a lot more friction at implementing security. This is not everywhere, but it certainly happens once you have that web application firewall. So they tend to become a single point of failure. So again, WAFs can be annoying to test on. It depends on what it is. I kind of get a feel for it. I don't have any strict rules, but I certainly don't let WAFs deter me. It just changed the way I'm testing. I start testing on it like it's a single point of failure there. So yeah, again, I haven't seen any evidence of a WAF here. So I'm just going to do no evidence so far. And let's see. So let's kind of come down through here. I don't know if there's any other questions, but I think that's good. I think we have just, again, a general idea. I've got a good idea about the architecture here. We can continue going through and answering all those questions, but for the sake of time here, we're already an hour into the stream. I want to start looking at mechanisms, notable objects, and security controls, and start moving to the actual threat model, because that's going to be the meat and potatoes here. So give me 1 second. I'm going to run and hit the head real quick. I'll be right back. I don't have any special screen or anything, so you can stare at my fancy background, which is real, by the way. I'll be back in 1 second, and then we'll jump into the mechanisms and notable objects. And I'll answer some of the questions in the chat too. All right, I'm back. Tank wanted to follow me. He wanted to come say hi. You want to say hi to everybody? You a good boy? I know. Yeah. You want to go back to your bed? Okay. Oh, by the way, he can come and go as he pleases. I don't want anybody to think I'm having him stick there in one place for X amount of hours or anything. So, okay, we'll jump into the mechanisms here in just a second. I got a couple questions in the chat I want to run through. I see a lot of topics like REST and other topics and questions related to threat modeling. Just curious how much programming web development is needed to get good at bug bounties. No, it's not a new question at all. It's a very good question. It's something that I hear a lot. There's no real answer. I would say that if you're very, very strong on the offensive side and you're still getting stuck, learning things on the defensive side it just has exponential return. So I typically recommend that people kind of try to find a balance of both. Building applications themselves, knowing how to, it's more important to know how things are built, like the architecture, how the pieces come together. The why behind it is important, just so that you can anticipate the parts of the application that you can't see. Because everything that you're doing for the most part with bug bounty hunting is what's called black box testing, which means you're testing from a client perspective. You don't have any insight into the back end of the application, and so you have to infer. And so that's what building your own applications, and especially if you can see what happens on the back end of a company in multiple different areas and everything. That's the value that I find that comes with it. I wouldn't recommend going too deep. Like, becoming an expert web developer doesn't make you a better bug bounty hunter necessarily. What it does is you start to learn. Like, you'll make mistakes. You'll find a feel the friction that the developers make, and then it will kind of give you the ability to anticipate where those same mistakes will be. That's a lot of where the value comes from it. But like, fundamentally, the goal is to be able to anticipate what's happening on the back end. And that comes from more of just like a general understanding of how all the different pieces work and fit together. So I would say at the beginning, just kind of keep it surface level. Talk to developers, talk to systems engineers, right? Like, it's, as opposed to like going in and just reading a bunch of blogs, like, see if you know somebody that does it, if you can find somebody, you can come to the Discord. There's plenty of developers and everything that are in the Discord. And just kind of ask them, like, what mistakes do they see? Talk to somebody who's on a blue team and ask them why their job sucks. Why, I'm not saying this, but like, why they are frustrated with what frustrates them about their job, what challenges are they facing in their job. And then you'll start to be able to understand where the mistakes happen, why the mistakes happen, and it can help point you in the right direction. Bug bounty hunting is always more about luck than anything else to a point, but everything that you're trying to do as far as learning different attacks, learning how applications work, getting your automation, getting your methodologies, all of that is trying to put the luck on your side, right? You're trying to become a card counter. You're trying to be able to anticipate and see these things. There's always going to be a portion of that that's luck, but you can really put that luck on your side with these different skills and understandings, and making sure that you're using threat modeling so that the tests that you're doing are viable tests, things like that. Got a lot in here. Let's say, is there a method to escape from URL encoding? I just get frustrated sometimes. Yeah, no, I talked about escaping from URL encoding a bit in the last live stream and in my client-side injections video as well. It depends on how they're doing it. If they are just strictly relying, if it's just a natural way that URL encoding happens and they're not processing it a lot in the back end, then no, it can be really hard to bypass that. It's a surprisingly effective implementation. But what you're looking for, again, is complexity. You're looking for some type of a need where they take that user-controlled input and they de-URL encode it, and then they process that data in some way and they re-URL encode it, and they do like 10 or 12 different things. That's where you can bypass that URL encoding. So again, that goes to where you don't really know what's happening, but you can usually anticipate whether or not it's, how it's being used, and ultimately you want to find a target that you think is being decoded and encoded and used in 10 different ways and all these different things. So they have so much complexity that it's very difficult to make that secure. And then you want to fuzz it with all different types of characters and unexpected input. And you're hoping to break that or find some sequence of the encoding, decoding that doesn't work there. What do you recommend when you have to test desktop applications, right? Desktop app. Yeah, so there's two different pieces to desktop applications. Obviously, you have the code itself. You can, there's a lot of different programs out there to allow you to decode it, and then you can see all the different URLs, typically like pull all the strings out. Hopefully you can find the URLs because it's got to have, a desktop application is hitting an API. It's got a ton of network requests in there. It's just like a browser, it's just running locally. So there's going to be a ton of network requests that are going to an API. I'm hoping that API is separate from any other API. I'm hoping it's not as thoroughly tested because people don't know that it exists. I'm hoping that the company thinks that nobody is going to be able to find it because it's a desktop application, so you can look at it there. So you can decompile it and do things with that. The other thing that I do, and I do have a video on, it's a much older video, but I did a quick video talking about this. I did this all the time when I was a full-time bug bounty hunter back in I think it was 2019, 2020, before I started, really digging into blue teams. On a Windows machine, and I'm sure you can do the same thing with Mac, but I haven't tried it. On a Windows machine, you can route all network requests in the operating system through a proxy. And you can route it through Burp Suite running on localhost. So again, I can find and link that video if you want. I do have a video showing exactly how to do this. It's a very short video. But what you do is you bring up the desktop application, you have all of your network requests for all of Windows routed through local hosted 8080 for burp. And then as the desktop application works, you'll be able to see those network requests and go and interact with them. Very similar to a mobile application that you would do. I had so much success with that, finding API endpoints that people didn't test. So I would do, route everything through the local proxy, load up the desktop application, click through the desktop, find all those different APIs, and then I would go IDORs and access controls. And man, I cleaned up on a couple of those. So again, it's been a while. I think this is more well known than it used to be back in like 2019, 2020, but it's still something that I don't see a lot of people, doing that. So how would I route it? Again, I've got a video. It's like a 5-minute video. I can find it at some point if you want, but yeah, I've already got a video showing that. So it's very easy. It's just a Windows setting. It's a very, very, very easy. Got a lot of questions in here. Kiwi the Bird 1 says, how do you go about learning vulnerabilities? I only skim learned the Portswigger Labs for so long. I realized it wasn't working, and then I went another direction to fully recreate vulnerabilities in a Laravel project to understand, but I'm curious your methodology. Yeah, I love that. So, and again, I have a couple videos showing this as well, specifically for cross-site scripting, but what I do to learn vulnerabilities is what I call the build it and break it exercise. And a video I'm gonna do at some point, or possibly a workshop at DEF CON, is called Bug Bounty Workouts. It's like exercises that you can do to get better. And this is something that I do, all the time when I'm learning a new one. So I build an application, doesn't matter what the application does, but I build an application that has that vulnerability in it in the simplest instance, right? So if it's reflected cross-site scripting, we come in and, we just take the user controlled input, write it directly to the DOM. So we build it, we break it, we fix it, and we break it again. So once that's done, I go back into the code, I do research, and I find out how we can remediate that vulnerability, how we can stop that very simple one from working. And then I come back on the attacker side, and I find a way to bypass that security control that I just implemented. And then I go back and research, okay, how do we stop this one? And I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until eventually I hit a wall as an attacker. That for me has been by far the most effective way to learn vulnerabilities, and pick the ones that you're interested in. Pick when you're first starting out, pick one or two that you are excited about and you want to test and you want to find, and focus on those. I typically say stay away from injection attacks when you're starting. We talked about that in the beginning, etc. Yeah. Let's see. Thank you. A lot of love. A couple people trying to get a cross-site scripting in the Google chat, I think, which I love. Gosh, sorry, got a lot here. Let me make sure that I'm getting everybody here. How does junk data bypass WAF security? How does it exactly confuse the WAF in order to not filter or strip your payload? That's a good question. It depends. It depends on the WAF. But so a web application firewall fundamentally is just a proxy like Burp Suite, right? It intercepts an HTTP request, it parses it, it does something to it depending on how it parses it, and then it passes it along to the next stage, the next proxy or application or anything. So the way that unexpected input can break it is the same way that unexpected input can break any application. There's code behind that using either it's custom written code or it's standardized code from a library that is being used to parse that and determine whether or not it needs to block it or it needs to continue on, et cetera. So it's that code that is written that you're targeting. So it completely depends on which WAF, but the underlying code is just a question of how it parses what input it expects. And if you can give it something that it doesn't expect, you're hoping that that code essentially breaks and fails open, right? So if it fails closed, so there's like a try catch or anything or fails closed. So yeah, ultimately, if you can send something there to where when it tries to parse it, it breaks that parsing, but then at the same time, they allow it to fail open. And so that request moves on. That's how that would actually, happen in there. Is there any specific resource to study generic web app infrastructure? I mean, any one of the cloud places, do it. I don't think there's any specific thing, especially nowadays. Like free AI stuff is going to help. Obviously, double check everything. But yeah, I would just research it. Read the documentation, right? Read the documentation, read the RFCs, read the cloud documentation, the servers and everything, figure out how it's supposed to be implemented. But for me, I want to get my hands on it. Like I'm a learn by doing kind of person. I learn by getting super frustrated. And then, it's like going to the gym, right? If I go to the gym and I'm working out and I'm lifting weights and I don't feel anything, then I'm like, I'm not doing anything, right? I'm not growing muscles. Same thing mentally. If I'm not frustrated while I'm trying to learn something, then it's probably not having a big effect. So I just like to jump in, read the documentation, try to implement it, fail over and over and over again, learn from those failings, get frustrated, and eventually I figure it out. Oh gosh, we got a lot of stuff on here. The question, I took the CVBH from Hack the Box Academy and also did 250 try Hack Me rooms, over relied on write-ups and can't even answer basic vulns and think critically about, okay, I guess. Oh, sorry. I thought that was a question. I don't know if that was a question from me there, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty common, right? Again, that goes back to what we were talking about in the beginning for kind of switching from the lab mindset to a real world thing. Again, it's just a matter of cycles more than anything. Yeah, I would say a lot of people like think that they have to learn so much and they're like, I'm not ready to do it. I would start bug bounty hunting day one. Learn, I would typically say learn, hunt, and then automate. Right? If you do those 3 things every day, even in little bits over time, you're going to start to pick it out. Okay, I think I'm getting caught up. A couple more on Twitch here. I don't know, is this vibe coded? I don't know. If you're talking about my framework, then no, it's certainly not vibe coded. It's been in development. It's version 2. It's been in development for many years. Worked with a whole team of engineers to get advice on it and everything, stuff like that. Hey, Mari, how's it going? Cool. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I got through all the chat here. I'm doing good. How are you doing? I'm doing very good. Thank you for coming. All right. Let's go ahead and hop into the mechanism because this is going to be the meat and potatoes, I think. So in my mechanism section here, my framework, we have all types of different ones that we can potentially run in or we can add our custom. So in our threat modeling, we now understand the application, we understand the purpose, we have a basic understanding of the infrastructure and how it handles certain things. So what we want to find now is individual mechanisms that we as bug bounty hunters can target to try and exploit. And you can see alt-right, log in, log out, all of these different pieces here are going to be good. I think we'll kind of stay away from the authentication just to kind of make it easier. But let's do that. And the first way, as opposed to kind of just looking through that list, I want to just click through the application. I want to start building out everything within the sitemap here and then looking for any other opportunity. So here we have some basic filtering. We can see everything's moving. We can see that these are changing on each one. And I'm looking for any way that I can do, again, going back to the CRUD, it looks like you've got to actually order stuff to go through all these. Going back to the CRUD, create, read, update, and delete. We want to find instances of either create, read, update, or delete that would be, if we were able to exploit it in some way, it would be a high value for us, right? So the one that we looked at before is going to be this mechanism here. So we actually have 2 mechanisms here that we can look at with the username and password. The first is when we load this page. When a GET request is sent to this domain and the endpoint mypasswordchange.pml, the response is that we are actually loading these up. Now, okay, and I was going to say this could be my password manager, but it's not. So we are getting this. Now, are we getting the actual current password? We are. Is this, hold on, wait, let me make sure that this is being loaded. By the way, this, for anybody who's getting any ideas, this is a fake password that I use. If you look at your keyboard, you'll see why. So just in case anybody's going, oh my God, he showed the password. All right, let's do a private window. I want to see this here. Now, of course, I'm going to have to log back in again. Oh, it won't even let me click there. That's funny. Of course, these are all client-side controls here. These are not real security controls, so we could come in here and do this. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. I'll just grab this here. Of course, you could also just do that there. And, oh, now I can copy it. Yep, nothing on the client side actually works. It doesn't stop me from doing anything. Just lets me know what you don't want me to do. All right. So that's weird. I think we've kind of, Jackson, the last time what we did is we had 2 different active sessions at the same time, and I think it made something kind of janky there. So this is not loading in the current password, which is what I would expect. I think that I had that stored in the browser here to make it easier, and that's the reason it was loaded in, but I don't think the actual request, and let's confirm this. So again, we have our GET request here. Here, let's just see the actual one. No, so that's the start of the password. So the GET request does not actually read the password. We can get, I think, the username. Yeah. So making a GET request to this endpoint is a mechanism that will return a DOM that includes the email. So that is, something that we could potentially test for an IDOR if we thought that there was some way, how is it identifying the identity of the user? Looking in here, right, we don't have any parameters, something like that has a user ID. So it's very, very likely that what they're doing, let's just send this over to the repeater to confirm. It's very likely that they're just using the session token here. Yeah, and it's still in there. Yeah, so what they are doing to identify the client that's making this HTTP request, because remember, HTTP is a stateless protocol. It means the server needs to identify the client on every single request. That's in comparison to a WebSocket where you establish a stateful connection, and then you're going to continue to send information within the context of that connection. Here, it's got to validate that every time. There's 3 different ways, most commonly, that applications can identify a client. It might be a parameter. So if we had user or like email equals, arson, then we would say, well, can I put a different email in there and get access to a different user's information? And then the question it would be, do they check this session token and say from that, no, this is, go back in and say, does this, the user that owns this session, sorry, I got to put my words together. Does the user that owns this session, are they authorized to access the information for this user, right? And we might even say like, you never know that this might actually have an impact. So that's one thing that we could test there, but we don't see that there. The other way that you could do it is potentially you could have a cookie or something like a JSON web token where it's storing the user ID within a data store that's signed for integrity. So ideally, the backend server is going to validate that signature before it takes that ID value and uses it. So in that case, it's still possible to get an IDOR, but you have to have a failure of validating that integrity, validating the signature in order to get that IDOR. And then the third way is what we see here is they are establishing what's called a user context object. So this request is coming in. They are validating the session. They're saying, does this session exist? And once they see that it does, then they are saying, okay, who owns this session? Let's pull all the user information for that user based on validating this session. And then we will use that for all the downstream mechanisms where here it's loading up the email address and returning it in the server response. So this is the pattern that makes it really almost impossible to get an insecure direct object reference in IDOR, because you would have to essentially steal somebody's session token or break that mechanism as well. So, IDOR is going to be very, very difficult for that one there. Okay, so that's the read. And then we also have our update, right? So here, we're going to come in and make an update on the password here. So I'm just switching it, right? I'm just holding shift at a different sequence. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. So let's go ahead and submit that. Sure, we'll update it for the sake of it. We were able to successfully update it. So that is a mechanism that's certainly valuable for us as bug bounty hunters, right? If we can find a way to change somebody's password without them knowing, and then we can take over their account, right? That's a very, very high impact vulnerability. So we found a mechanism, and we talked about this in the last stream, and I want to highlight it again. We found a mechanism that is going to be valuable for us as bug bounty hunters. So we're going to document this mechanism. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab this entire post request because I can. We're going to take you back over here. And we'll get out of the private one there. Come over here. Okay, so we have changed password. Go ahead and put the full thing there. I need to make this a bigger one. I think that'd be better. And the URL we'll put right here. So this is a great mechanism that we can target with this. Now there's a couple things that we want to make note of. First of all, with any password change, do you or do you not need to know the existing password? Here you need to know the existing password. So we're not going to be able to just force them to make a change on their own, right? So that will certainly come into play when we're doing our threat modeling, but we'll get that saved there. And we can use that information in a bit. Let's see this one as well. Do we have the ability to, do we even have the ability to add a profile picture? Doesn't look like it. We have first name, last name, etc. And then we have these as well. We can add an address and a payment method. So adding these won't really make too much of a difference. Even updating it won't. We want to read this information. So let's see. Let's come back up here. So we've got the add payment. I actually don't have one specifically for read. So I want to add a new custom one that's going to say read payment methods. And we'll add another custom mechanism there. Does this work? This is all new. Where'd our new thing go? I don't know where it's adding it in here. I forget how I did that thing. Anyway, that's fine. Let's go ahead and copy this URL. Where was our get? Okay, so here's our get request that is going to return our payment information. Let's go ahead and copy this URL. It's a long one there. Payment address.mustache. We've got a unique code right there, so I'm wondering if that's doing anything. Yeah, but ultimately we just have a get request that will return payment methods. And then we don't know exactly what it's going to return, but we can go ahead and document that there. Whoops, wrong way. You come back. All right, so let's come over here as well, and let's start looking at outside of our profile some other pieces. We're going to come to just a general part of the application. We can read. Right now we are reading information on this. And let's start thinking about the business logic of the shop, because anytime we have business logic of a shop, there's a lot of things that go into it, right? We've got the price, which is a valuable information here. We've got the number in the inventory, right? Can we make that negative? What happens if we make it 999999999, whatever? Does it eventually flip over? There's a silly mathematical thing that happens where if the number becomes so big, it can end up being converted to a negative number on the other end, right? So let's go ahead and just add this to the cart, and I want to capture that one as well. Perfect, and we see that coming over here. So we have a mechanism to add this to the cart. We can go ahead and grab this full thing as well. Do I have anything here? I do. Look at that. Add to cart. I genuinely didn't know, by the way. This is all part of the new release, and I forgot everything that I included in there. So, all right. So this is great. So we can just go ahead and save this here. And the other thing that you're looking at when you're doing these mechanisms is you want to think about the trust boundaries that are involved with this, right? So who is allowed to do this, who is not allowed to do this. So, and that can become very complicated with some applications. Here in an online store like this, it's fairly simple, right? User A should not be able to add things to the cart of user B. So we have a trust boundary, essentially some segmentation between user accounts. And then there's the larger application that's in there as well. There's probably some admin functionality it's hidden away from as well. But yeah, so fairly simple. A lot of the trust boundary that we're going to be testing is the trust boundary between individual users. When you get into applications that are, more complex, like SaaS applications, like a CRM, accounting software, HR software, all these big SaaS companies that are designed to help facilitate the work of an entire department within a company, that's when you tend to get segmentation between individual users. Then you probably have segmentation maybe between teams. Potentially, you'll definitely have segmentations between companies or customers of that SaaS customer, right? Because they're going to have the larger application and they're going to build out tenants or instances of the application. And so you have to ask yourself, are they all sharing the same database, right? If you see a SaaS company that when they create a new customer, there's if I were to become a customer, they would have arson dot whatever the domain is, right? And they build out a whole unique instance for it, then there's probably no way to get from that data to another company's data, right? If they do everything isolated, that's the most secure pattern. Most companies don't do this. Most companies have a single database and they just logically separate everything between the companies into what are called tenants. And at that point, you can do an injection from tenant A to get data from tenant B, right? These are the trust boundaries that we're always going to want to test here. So, but in this context today, we're really only looking at between user to user. Again, my upcoming members only video that's focusing on threat, doing the deep dive on it. We're really going to talk about some complex trust boundaries, how we can test them, how we can understand them, show some examples of some real world things like that. So. All right, you keep saying say louder, audio is not clear. The vast majority of people here disagree. So I don't know what is going on with the settings to why some people are or few people are getting that and most people aren't. But I can't scream at everybody else because a couple of so yeah, I mean I try to figure it out, but there's got to be something to do with the settings here on YouTube that's causing that for a few people. Nobody's having that issue on Twitch, and it's only a couple people on YouTube. So I apologize if you can't hear it. I don't know if maybe it's the connection or anything, but yeah, it's seems to be coming in good for the most people as well. Am I from Australia? No. I'm from. So I was originally born in Dunbar, West Virginia. When I was born there in the 80s, it had a population of about 9,000 people, maybe closer to 10,000 people. It is a holler up in the mountains of West Virginia. And today it has about 7,000, I think 7,500 people. Very, very small town. Moved to North Carolina later into elementary school, going into middle school. Stayed there until I joined the Army. After I joined the Army, I went all over the place, Korea, all over the place in the United States. And I've eventually settled in North Houston, Texas, a city called Spring, just right above there. So, is the Mars VDP on HackerOne? It is. Yeah. It's where was it? It's that one right there. All right, kind of trying to go through some of the questions in the chat here. If I'm mixing with, how do you learn Go programming? Do you recommend any resource? Yeah, actually, you know what? There is a really good one. Let me see if I can find it. Let me Golang. There's a really great book. If anybody knows what I'm talking about in the chat here, it's got like well, there's this one here too, but this is not the one that I was thinking of. Yeah, you've got the documentation there, but I'll have to see if I can find it. There's a really great free ebook. I don't remember the thing off the top of my head, but let's go. Let me see if I can find this real quick, just for. I don't remember what the URL is. But yeah, I mean, it's you can do free things like Code Academy and everything. Golang's pretty easy. And yeah, there's definitely some things that are out there. Okay. Can I speak a bit slower? I will try. But again, like I said, I'm from the East Coast, North Carolina, and this is just how we talk. I try to usually kind of go back into talking slower and everything. But when I get see, even now while I'm doing it, my natural speaking cadence is very quick, and if I'm like kind of dug into something, I tend to err into that. I'll try and slow it down a little bit for you. All right. So I know. Okay, one more question here from Shanks, and then I'll jump back in. Or hold on. Let me make sure. Thank you. I'm glad I'm a great teacher. I'm glad it's helpful. Input is reflected only in value equals with all the HTML characters included is XSS ruled out. It depends. So you're injecting, within an attribute. So if you can inject another attribute, like in an image tag that'll say, on error, it'll alert, things like that. Then you can potentially do that. But it all comes down to the context. Again, I don't have the book up here anymore. It's downstairs. JavaScript for Hackers by Gareth Hayes. Definitely something that you want to do. So, okay, I'm going to take the advice of the chat here and jump back into actually focusing on the video here. So we've got a mechanism that we've added on there to add things to the cart. So once we get into the threat modeling, we're going to be able to use these to, think about how we can manipulate this request in order to have unexpected things that are happening. So let's find a few more mechanisms, and maybe we can come over here to checkout. Let's see, how far can we get into checkout? Okay, so we've got some stuff here, and there's actually a lot of mechanisms that are taking place here. So first, I want to also add in this promo code. Let's just do arson for the sake of it. Hit apply, and let's see what that looks like. I didn't see it on here. Got a lot of requests coming through just for this thing here. All right, so hit apply. Does it here? I think this is it. Let's see. Come over here. Intercept. Oh yeah, it's still doing my framework there. Apply, that's fine. So yeah, I think this is our request. Seems like it sends 2 of them as well. I need to have this only intercept in scope stuff, but that's fine. I think this is it. As I try to say, it seems like it sends this twice. Let me try one more time here. This is such a strange implementation. See, so we have like the parameter 0, parameter 1. Is it building on this? Because all the responses are this here, 22. I can't figure out how it's getting this. Is this coming back in a response? Did not think this part would be so complicated. Here. Oh, interesting. Let me send this over here to repeater. So this tokens.js is loaded with all these different messages. I remember seeing something like this when we were looking at the possibility of getting a cross-site scripting in here. So we essentially have this being loaded on the client side, and this is why we were looking at cross-site scripting, because we have these things that are actually injecting pieces in here. These are all loaded up on the client side, and then something in the response, I guess, has it mapped to that. This is strange. Let's come over here. See where it is exactly. I think it should be this. So yeah, so we've got order summary, promo code invalid. So that must be being used somewhere. We got the tokens, and then we have our checkout review here. Okay, and it's included within that. So this is all being handled with client-side JavaScript. So the request goes in, it comes back, it's identifying. Not what I would have expected, but that's fine. Let me get rid of that extra search here that we don't need. All right, so we're still going to document that. We just kind of have to figure out exactly how to do it. Do I have promo? I don't. All right, so we'll add a custom one here. Test promo code. And I guess it's all going through this services. Oh, you know what? But it's probably on the very end here. So hold on. Let's move this over here. So all these, here you go. Is promo code valid anywhere? That must be the request that's being used to do it. But again, this is really hard to scan for because we don't know. It's just returning some JavaScript here. I wonder how it can tell yes or no. I wonder if it's pulling that out. That's so strange. Anyway, sorry. All right, so let's capture this here. And we'll grab this as well, and we can come back to this. But this promo code is definitely a mechanism that we want to test as well, right? Do we have the ability to, I mean, first of all, it's an injection. There must be some type of database check that's happening back there. So do we have the ability to inject into the database? Do we have the ability to trick the logic into making it think that it's a valid promo code when it's not? Can we identify existing promo codes? Anything like that. Numer, I don't have that Discord thing set up right now. I know I've had people try to do that before. I'll do that at some point. I need to sit down and just kind of do some general improvements on a bunch of different stuff here. So, all right. So we've got that promo code here. I also, let's see. Let me hit shipping address. What happened? Oh, we need to add a pet. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's go arson. We'll do a dog. Oh, he'll be Yorkie, why not? 10 pounds, 7 years old, 7 months old, female, yes, just putting a bunch of different stuff in here. Arson. Yes. All right, we want to get as many different inputs as we can, and then we can add a pet. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Scream MK says, hi, I just got here. Did you find any vulnerabilities? No. I cannot show real vulnerabilities in a live stream. That would be super illegal and the end of my cybersecurity career, YouTube career, everything. So no, I can never show real vulnerabilities on here. What we are doing is we are walking through the Stride threat model process to identify what test we should do to try to find vulnerabilities. So everybody who watches through this whole stream is going to leave here with a group of mechanisms and attack tests that they can go and do that they believe have a chance of being successful there. But I can never show any real vulnerabilities within a stream. If I think I'm getting close to one, I'll move it off or I'll have to move to something else because, again, I like my career and I like my freedom. I don't really want to go to jail. Okay. So we have the add pet, okay, and we have multiple different ones in here. So that's another mechanism that we can do. We can do create pet or add pet. And that is going to come from somewhere up here. And that should be coming from this endpoint here. Yep. So we can see coming over here, this is the request that we send, the user service.addPetImage.dwr. I think this is it. Now it does say add pet image. I don't know if maybe there was one earlier that said add pet, but no, here's where we're testing the promo code. So I think that's it. Here's where we're loading. So when we did the search, we were loading all those different ones there. So yeah, I think that's correct. And then we've got our toast in there. So yeah, so we have another mechanism right here that we can add pets. That's another one that we could target, right? Again, we always have the opportunity for database injections, and this has a lot of different individual variables. This is weird to kind of see in here. So is that a CSRF token or how exactly is that being used? This as well, we've got a nested object in with here, you know. If the backend was JavaScript, I would say we would potentially be able to do a server-side prototype pollution, but we know the backend is Java, so that is probably not going to work. Yeah. It's this is the Mars VDP right there. I was asking. Okay, so we've got the add pet right there. We also have the read here. So when we load this page, we read. Let's just take a look at that, because I have an idea for something else. Well, whether or not we need to do this. Intercept off right there. Come on. Gosh, there's so many different requests to go through here. So this is the GET request that initially loads everything up. Now it does a lot of JavaScript. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening here. You know, if you see this, there's a bunch of additional API calls that go out there. This is definitely, you know, you've got some REST calls and you've got some that are going directly to individual files and stuff that's being processed. So I wonder, and it doesn't look like it, is there anything within this request that could allow us to modify the price? And I don't think we can. One thing I want to see, is this price actually being loaded up here? Not what I meant to do. Grab that. So I just want to see, is this being loaded anywhere in the DOM? It doesn't look like it. So there must be some JavaScript call that's pulling all this back. So where are we? We've lost our whole thing here. Okay, so we send this, and then after that, we have all these API calls coming out. Each one has the same return. That's where we're actually, okay, so here's the request. It's actually loading in the emails and the information for my user. So that's very interesting. This is a place where we could potentially, you know, how are they identifying me? Again, it's likely that they're still using the session ID here and just creating that user context object. But is there something within here? The only other thing would be the script session ID, but some way that I can get it to identify me as a different user there. Then we have the get address, which is returning that. We have a lot of HTML that's being returned in there. What I'm looking for is where the price is coming from. And it could possibly be in here. Fetch order with address. Does this have the price? What is this? Hospital credit percentage. That's also something that maybe we can, I would want to play with that a little bit. Here we go. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is the request that's actually identifying the price. So is there something that we can do to impact that price as we're making this? Let me send this request. Is it coming back with the same thing every time? I think it is. Yeah, this is the information on the individual product. So I assume this is a product. If I come in here to, yeah, so this is going to be, is that the same or something different? What do we have? Hills Prescription Diet Dental Care. Oh, this is the same thing as well. Then we have the item number here. So I'm not seeing any way that I can potentially impact that with this. All right, so yeah, I was just seeing, is there a way that we could cause this to load up and modify the price somehow? You know, we already have a promotion on there. You know, we talked about the promo code, but yeah, just wondering, is there any way that we could get to do that? And then the quantity as well. So what I was also expecting to see is, you know, can we do multiple different numbers of this? But let's go back. I'm going to add one more, right? Because one of the mechanisms that we have in here is adding, you know, stuff to the cart. So let's capture this. I need to go to another one over here. Just find anything that we can add in. And I'm going to set this to 10. And then I'm going to see if I can, we'll just do a couple probes to see if we can change this in here. So send this. We got to ignore the ones in there. Here we have the get request. Where's our post request? Oh, the framework's, hold on, let me do this. The framework's making this a lot more difficult than it needs to be. Okay, and I'm looking for where we added those 10 items in there. And I'm not seeing it, man. They make this a lot more difficult than it needs to be be able to do this. Let's add another one in here. Do this, do this. I'm gonna get rid of my framework just for a minute. I can bring it back up in a second. So just make it easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's just go 15, why not? Intercept, proxy, add to cart, there you go. So that's gotta be it right there. Why am I not seeing the number 10 though? Let's try this. Let's forward that, and then maybe another one comes up? Or is that the only request that goes through? That's the only request that goes through. That's very strange. Oh no, now we're waiting. Okay. Cart. Okay. Here we go. Item quantity. This is what I'm looking for. So we have item quantity of 15. How do I test this? I genuinely don't know if this is going to work or not. So yeah, in fact, we can test it later once we get to the threat modeling. But so my mind is already going to the threat modeling here. So we have this piece. I definitely want to store this. And, I'm thinking, what happens if, when we have the frequency, what happens if we try to do -15 instead? What happens if we do an incredibly large number that it's not expecting? Is that going to affect the price so that we can potentially affect the logic of this and go through it? So this is a mechanism that I definitely want to document. I think we already had something for the add to cart. We did. And now which one did I have? I don't think I had that same endpoint there though. Let's go ahead and I need to fix this UI clearly. Oh, it does. Okay, so item quality. Okay, so we've already got the one documented here. So, okay, good. All right, so we've got the correct one. I think that's going to be the only place. I'm not seeing that being, I'm not seeing our ability to modify that anywhere else. Oh, and here we can. Okay, perfect. So let's see what happens when we start to modify this. Because I'm looking for any mechanism that we can use. So now we've got to create an item in the cart. Now we want to go to I want to try to find ways to update it as well. So hit that and perfect. We've got this. We've got 2 different requests that are coming through. So first it goes through here and it looks like this is just, it's like an initial request to kind of identify. We don't have the overall count here. And then the next request that we see go through, the number 14 is included in the batch ID, but that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm looking for where, like, what happens? Is it telling it to modify it by, 1? I guess so, because you can't enter a number. So it's probably just telling it to decrease or increase by 1 as opposed to, and I think that's probably what that is. So yeah, I don't see a way, the only place that I can find to actually be able to change this out, actually be able to enter a number is when the object is initially created. So I think that's the only place that we're going to be able to dig into that. All right, so let's keep going through. Let's see if we can find maybe, how far can we go through here? Let's start the checkout. Find 1 or 2 more mechanisms. I know that we've got like a shipping address mechanism that should be coming up here in a second. So let's see. Yeah, let's move on from this one. All right, now that's going to be for arson as well. I don't know why you would be required to select that every time. Also, it's lagging a little bit. All right, and then this one we can probably, so yeah, we'll go John Smith, 1234 Fake Street. Oh, it's got us. There you go. Sure, what? Faker Road, apartment 1234. I thought it said which one. So it didn't automatically populate that. That's kind of interesting. Pittsburgh, Texas. Just did that. 987-654-3217. Why not? And so this is another mechanism I want to identify to add a shipping address. Let's see if it's going to allow us to add that. It will. And then let's find the mechanism that has that actual info, which once again, they make it more difficult than it needs to be. This update cart. Let's come over here and search for Baker Street. There it is right there. There's a response. Oh, this is just coming from that. So was it not even sent? Good grief. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We do have a mechanism to update that. Let's see if we can move on to payment. How deep can we get? Oh, this is interesting too. This is a demonstration website. So maybe we could actually go through and test this full thing. Now, obviously I don't have a credit card number. You can, you can do a credit card and see. I wasn't aware that this was a test website, although I think that's good that they're doing that. So I would probably contact the company and see if we can do that. But I think that's fine. I think we've got a good amount of mechanisms, right? We got mechanisms within the profile itself that we can use. No, we don't need to save that. So we can try and attack like the password change. We can try and grab the payment card information. And then we've got mechanisms within the actual cart and checkout as well, right? When we create the new new item in the cart, there is a number, a quantity that's instantiated. So can we make that negative? Can we do anything in there to manipulate the logic so we could possibly get something for free? Yeah, that's kind of where my mind is going. So, all right, let me come back over here. And I think that's good for our mechanisms. I think we've gone through and identified those. We want to come over here and start looking at some notable objects that are going to be helpful as well, right? So the objects are going to be where the valuable data is stored. So when we're looking at testing the mechanisms for changing our password or changing things within our user object, stealing payment card data, those are all going to be objects stored in there. So like a user object, there's probably a payment information object, all those different things in there that we can go and find. So we'll jump in this in a second. Let me see if, I think we got several different questions in the chat here that I'll see what I can do. Retro Hacker said, I keep hearing to master one vulnerability and just hunt for that one specifically, but then I see you looking at websites and have a super broad view and you don't seem to get tunnel vision. How effective is the original advice in your opinion? I recommend starting with a vulnerability class. So client-side injections, IDORs and access controls, right? But that's usually when you're beginning. It's easier than kind of jumping around to like dig in and learn one. Hopefully it's something that you're excited about and you enjoy testing for and learning. So that advice is typically for people more who are starting out. Once you've done it for a long time and you have your methodology for all of those different attacks, right? And if you go to, got a weird sound on my computer. Hopefully everything's working here. You go to arsonsecurity.com, go to my website here, come over to the methodology. You can see all these different types of attacks and the specific methodology for all of these. Once you have, these are all tools that you put in your tool belt. So what you're doing in the beginning is you're learning those one or two, like focusing on one or two attacks, is you're putting those tools in your tool belt so that as you're testing, you can look for it. Eventually, you want to get to the point where you have a methodology for basically all of these different things. And then you can, as you're testing, you can do this kind of stride threat modeling. So if you're starting, you can use this threat modeling methodology, but you just use it within that tunnel vision. So if I'm only looking for client-side injections, or I'm only looking for IDORs and access controls, then I'm only going to identify mechanisms that I think have the ability to do that, right? If you're looking for IDORs, right, then you're going to look for any opportunity to create, read, update, or delete using a ID value that comes from the client side, something like that. If you're looking for client side injection, then you're going to come in and look for any mechanism that reflects user controlled input. Either it's coming from the HTTP request, from the database if we're looking for storage. So yeah, it's eventually, like, I'm showing this here because the goal of this stream is to show how you can use Stride threat modeling to move from recon to manual testing. And you're essentially understanding the application, identifying the mechanisms, identifying the object, the objects that you're going to be targeting, understanding the security controls, and finally actually doing those Stride, walking through those Stride parts there, which are identified right here: spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privileges. So yeah, so I guess that's kind of the discrepancy there. Okay, let me see. I got tons of stuff in YouTube. I'm sorry if I'm missing anything. I'm trying to catch everything that I can. Yeah, decrypt. Yeah, there's definitely some weird things going on with this one that I haven't seen. Retro, no problem at all. Hi, can you please keep this video for this video right here, the live stream? Yeah, it's definitely going to be for non-members. Yeah, and IDORs. I mean, it's funny that people are asking me like, "Hey, can you cover IDORs and access controls?" That's my main video series. There's like 10 hours, 3 parts on my YouTube channel where I go through IDORs and access control. So, but yeah, this stream will be available for anybody, video on demand, and then on YouTube. I'll try to have it up on YouTube within a couple hours after we after we wrap up. Said I'd love a quick rundown of the bare essentials I use for cursory recon using the web developer tools. I guess just like what specifically that I'm thinking. We do not need a part 4 for IDOR. Wait, why do you need a part 4 for IDOR? What else did I cover or not cover? I got to focus on some other things there. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe some like one-off things, just covering some individual topics, but definitely don't need like another multi-hour long video. Maybe a lot. Oh, no. You're fine. No. I'm just saying. Yeah, like I think maybe like some live streams just showing it more would probably be more helpful. But okay, going back to 4NDR0666, Ander, I guess. Sorry, I'm so bad at pronouncing his names. A quick rundown of the bare essentials for recon using the web developer tools. Yeah, so I can just show you real quick here. Some of the things that I look for. First of all, within the inspector where you're looking at the DOM, I might, do some searches for sources or sinks, right? So I may look for, are they doing eval, anything like that? Typically wouldn't do this in the developer tools. I would do it more through the proxy and searching and everything, but that's one thing that you can do. I do like to see what's broken or anything here within the console. I might, to test out the content security policy, I might do things like fetch arsonsecurity.com. Now we're going to get a CORS vulnerability every time because I don't have CORS set up on this endpoint. However, you can, this tells us that there's no content security policy. Otherwise, we would also get an error about the connection source. So you can use the console to do a lot of testing to find out what's possible for client-side injections. Debugger shows your JavaScript. The one thing that I'm looking here more than anything else is if they're using a front-end endpoint. Oh boy, they are not. I probably shouldn't show too much more of this. I don't know what's actually gonna be in here. If you see source, yeah, I mean, we've got the raw JavaScript that's being used. So again, I don't know a ton about Mustache. They do have Webpack here, but it's not being serialized in the way that I would expect. And so I think we're going to have the ability to get all of the raw JavaScript files in here, which allows us to basically do static code analysis on the front end, which is very, very powerful. So that's another thing that I love to look at. And remember that some of these may be involved with browser extensions that you have. So make sure you're staying on the right one. You kind of get used to that. Network can be helpful, oh, there you go, there's the thing, just to see what all is loaded up, but burp obviously helps with that as well. I don't touch style editor, performance, anything like that. Oh my gosh, and that's causing all types of things to happen. Storage is a big one, right? So the cookies, you want to come in here and see which cookies are, being stored for this page, right? Where they're scoped. What do they have? HTTP only, secure, same site, strict. What are those cookie flags? We've talked about that a lot. And then especially, always look at what's available in local storage and session storage, right? Because they're not really great to use on production applications. So if they are using this for anything outside of just like bare minimum or yeah, things like this, like where you have the underscores and everything, sometimes those are tracking data and everything, that's fine. But here, you got data stores with objects. This is all, modified. If you ever see sensitive data stored in here, that's a big no-no, right? Any malware that somebody's going to get on their computer, one of the first things it's going to do is it's going to grab all these things. These are just files that are stored locally on your computer. Session storage as well, right? So we found this in the last live stream. I think this is wild, where within the session storage, we have all types of different HTML and everything. So this is what's being loaded back, I think, from that tokens.json. And so if we can control any of these, or if we could get JavaScript to manipulate it, then we can potentially bring in a much bigger script. We could do, additional client-side injection stuff. But I think that's, for the most part, what I look for when I'm doing, Recon through the dev tools there. Hopefully that's helpful. Where are we at here? Yeah, so yeah, Killer FF9 said the same thing. JavaScript files found in the scans. Yeah, check to see if there's any API keys that are exposed within those JavaScript files. See if there's what endpoints are. So what I would do is pull all of this. Let me just see if I can. I'm going to come over here. I'm just going to run an auto mine there. And then also, I think it does this automatically anyway, but I'm just going to tell it specifically dump the static file. So we'll see if we can get those off. I've got to be careful. Again, there may be something in there that we're not supposed to see, and I can't show that on stream, but that's what I would do. And then I would go through and start looking for endpoints, right? I would look at how the routing is done. If the routing is, if there's some type of client-side routing that we could use to potentially get to admin endpoints, we can test to see if they're properly validating that you have that. You can get a lot of information from those JavaScript files. Will I ever do a video on static code analysis of JavaScript? I hear a lot about it, but never see practical work. I can. So I think the closest to that is going to be when I've got videos coming up at some point on DOM-based cross-site scripting and client-side prototype pollution. That's probably the most common way that I do client-side, JavaScript, like actual static code analysis. Looking for sources and sinks, looking for any what's called a recursive merge, a deep merge, which is going to lead to a prototype pollution there. Somebody said they found something interesting on there in the chat. It might be. Again, if it's a real vulnerability, I'm not going to pull it up or check. It's very possible that you might have found something. And I will say too that I think there's been a few people that have gotten valid submissions from what we were looking at on the previous one. So yeah, if you did, that'd be something that you might want to submit. If you really have it exposing a password hash, you can identify what it is. Yeah, give it a shot. You can send it in there. Yeah, of course. No, I'm happy to respond. Anjur 60. I got to figure out. I got to get better at like reading these things in here. But yeah, happy to help. And yeah, that's great too that you forked the framework. I think we got like 100 forks that are going right now, and I've gone in and looked at them, and they're super interesting. Again, that's out there for the community. I love when people kind of take it and make it their own for their own use cases. I think that's phenomenal. Oh, it's all. I don't need to submit it. No, you go ahead and submit it, man. Yeah, it's if you found something there, for me, and no, actually, well, this is another conversation, but obviously I've been doing bug bounty hunting for a while. I do have a new. I'm going to talk about this more in a bit, but I started a new account for myself on HackerOne, BugCrowd, Integrity, and Yes We Hack. I did that yesterday. They've all been created. And, because I'm essentially, I started bug bounty hunting in like late 2018, early 2019. Did it a lot then. Then there was a year around like kind of just after the pandemic and everything, or during the pandemic, I guess. that I did it full time along with, you know, a few other things. And then I got my job at Flowcast, where I was hired on to build the application security program from scratch. I got hired on by the CTO there. And yeah, I've been working a full-time blue team, you know, ever since. So I've still did some bug bounties while I was doing that, but I wasn't able to do them as much as I wanted. Obviously, I was doing a lot of stuff. I was building a bug bounty program. I was running it from the company side, right? So I was the one that was, you know, we built the program. It's still out there. It's Flowcast. It's public on HackerOne. Most or a good portion of my team is still there. And they'll review your bounties. But so I got to see that other side of it, and I was doing that for a while, as opposed to doing a lot of bug bounty hunting, and then moved on to my most recent job, which was I just didn't have the time to do a lot of hunting anyway. Anyway, all that being said, I feel like I'm kind of starting bug bounty hunting from scratch again. Now, obviously, I'm not, but there's definitely, you know, I'm hitting a lot of friction. It's just completely different. Like if you don't hunt actively for it's been like 4.5 years now, and then you kind of dig back in, it's a completely different landscape, it's a completely different thing. So what I'm going to do over 2026 is I've got a new account, like I said, HackerOne, Bug Crowd Integrity, and Yes We Hack. And I'm gonna just basically start from scratch and kind of document that journey as well, of like getting back into bug bounties, what's it like, what's different, what's not. You know, I pretty much exclusively hunted on HackerOne before. The platforms are all different now. I'm hearing really good things about Yes We Hack. I've never tried Yes We Hack at all, so I'm going to start testing that out. So I'm hoping that, you know, in addition to that being a way to kind of supplement my income so I can continue to focus on YouTube and bug bounties as opposed to having to find another full-time job, which is my goal, to keep doing this, not to do a full-time job. But I'm also going to document that process so that we can all learn from it and kind of see what that looks like. So anyway, hopefully that'll be fun. Yeah, but yeah, anyway, all that being said, you can do that. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that certainly looks like it. Yeah, thank you for censoring that too as well. I can't have that up there. You're gonna get me in trouble. But yeah, I mean, it certainly looks like you might have found something there. I would submit it. That looks super interesting. Um, yeah, okay, very cool. I gotta again, we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. We can't show any valid stuff on there. But yes, some people are still saying the volume is low. I'll do some research and see, because some people are saying the volume is low, some people are saying the volume is good or high. Um, so yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, again, it seems like the majority of people are getting good audio. Um, but yeah, I'm sorry for those of you that are not. I'll I'll reach out to YouTube support after this is done and tell them and see if we can kind of dial in on what that is, because I don't know what's causing that. So bro, make a short video as well. You know, the bug and fix it if possible. Yeah, I mean, is that like showing how to remediate a bug? I can definitely do that. Um, yeah, Java is tricky. Yeah, and I'm so like I'm very familiar with like JavaScript applications and everything, you know, Node, Go applications and stuff, but a lot of this Java one is, yeah, it's super convoluted. It's, you know, it's not a .NET. .NET is worse. I'm not a big fan of testing on .NET applications. I'm also just not an expert at Windows at all, but all right. Get a little bit of coffee here. Okay, I think I got caught up with all the questions in there. Um, oh, you said you put an audio cap on the headphones, and that might be the same thing. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Again, I will talk to YouTube support and see if we can figure out a way to solve that. Because if it's, you know, again, it seems like people are getting different experiences, and that's definitely not what I want here. So, all right. So, going back to our threat model. We have a good understanding of this application, of the problem it's trying to solve, of the tech stack, of some general patterns, things like that. We have identified several mechanisms, either with modifying the user profile and that information being stored, as well as adding things to the cart, things like that. So now we need to understand what objects are going to be involved with this. And again, objects, these are what we're going to target when we get down to our threat model and what we're actually going to be trying to execute. So the first, and it's, you know, obvious here, we know we have a user object. So let's come over and see if we can find, hey, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see if we can find the user object itself. And again, this Java is making it a little bit more difficult than it typically is. I'm looking through some of my old ones on the repeater, but we'll get this so that we can add in a structure. And if we can't find the exact user object structure, then we can kind of just infer it in here. But the user object itself is something that we are going to be targeting. So let's come back over here, go to my profile. And then I'm going to look for and actually this looks like it's it. I think this is all potentially a user. I mean, it's got some of the user information in there. I'll tell you what, let's just do this because it's hard to tell, right? Because when we come down here, I'm on a VPN, by the way, so don't get too excited when you see my IP address there. Although it's interesting that we have two separate IP addresses that are being picked up there. That makes me think that maybe we can spoof the IP address, which would be something else. We have this product information as well. Is this the cart? I do think, see, this looks like the cart as well. Can we just grab this whole thing? Is it going to let us do that? Let's just see if this is formatted properly. Nope. Doesn't like that at all. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Because we've got all of our fake stuff in there. We've got our user agent. Oh, and the way they're replying to it, some of them don't have strings on it. Well, that's fine. They should just be able to be integers. Let's do this. I'm going to grab this here. This will give us a lot of what we need because I think this is the user object. Will that format? No, you're not going to format either, are you? Oh, this whole thing is a mess. All right, that's fine. So we know we have a user object. I need to make some modifications to my tool here to make it easier to store for more complex ones here. Whoever it is, knock the door silently, please. What do you mean? All right, that's being bad. But, you know, so let's do this. I'm just going to come in here and I'll do it manually just so that we can identify. So we know we have first name, last name, and email address. And it's a string. You know, because all we need to know is the general key value pairs and everything that we can add. Now, ideally, we can get the full object, and so we can find additional key value pairs that we can manipulate. But for the sake of the stream, I'm just going to go ahead and do this here. So we know we got a first name, last name. We know we have an email. That should be able to format just fine. Yep. And then let's see. We know that we also have a password. We'll assume it's a password hash. Username and password here does basically the same thing. And then we have payment and address. And so these, go ahead and format, save that there. So yeah, in general, we have something like there. And then we have an address as well. Now we don't have anything listed in there, so we can do user address, add that. And now we know we have, you know, the address, the phone number. These are all probably individual items on here. So we could do street, city, state, zip, etc. Just do a couple real quick, and phone number as well. So again, this is just for demonstration purposes. I would spend a lot more time going through and doing this. I was hoping it wouldn't be this difficult to actually just pull the objects out of it. If it's a JavaScript based application, or if they're using like a REST API with JSON going in and coming out, this can be a lot easier. But I think it's good that we're showing one of the more difficult ones here, because this is the type of stuff that you're going to run into, and you've got to be able to kind of duck and dip and dive. And actually, we got two different, okay, so this is what I want to know as well. So let's edit this, because we also have two different Boolean values here. We have Boolean value saying whether or not it's the default billing address and the default shipping address. So I would imagine that somewhere on the back end there, we're going to have default billing and, you know, true, false right here. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Okay, and we can go ahead and download that there. Decrypt, I saw you sent something in the Discord there. Do I need to look at that for this stream, or is this for later? So let me know if you want me to dig into that, man. I'll do that there. Okay, so we've got our address, and then we've also got the payment information as well. This needs to go away. This needs to come up here. So if we were to add payment information, and again, I'm not going to do that. This would be another OAuth implementation that we could target. So that's another mechanism. This is actually definitely one. Add payment method is definitely something. I'm not going to test it here on the stream because, again, I'd have to use my actual PayPal information or set up a new account to do it. But this would be a mechanism that I would certainly go back and add in, PayPal OAuth integration. I think I do have something here. Yeah. So an OAuth authorization right there is probably something we can use for it, but that's another mechanism I would certainly take a look at. Okay, so that's probably good for at least getting a basic understanding of the user objects that we're going to target. There's going to be a core user object, and then there's also we've got an address object. We have a payment method object, which is going to include some OAuth scoping. We probably have a separate password object. It's pretty rare. Oh, well, maybe not compared to what some people were saying there. I got some things here. So someone in the Discord said they really liked the YouTube channel and Discord because it felt so much more like a community. And others, I completely agree. Other cybersecurity communities are much more toxic and just not pleasant. I really appreciate what you're doing. I'm so glad you feel that way, Retro Hacker. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. And that's exactly how I feel. I've been in a lot of those communities where people, first of all, obviously, like, nobody will tell you anything, but it's just the way that people engage with other people. It's this, like, we've almost accepted that within cybersecurity, and especially in offensive security, it's okay that every social interaction you have with other people, especially on the computer through a chat room or something, is like, it has this underlying tone of animosity and passive aggressiveness. And it's kind of pervasive within the engineering community as a whole. I mean, I've seen it manifest in like actual working environments, and it just drives me crazy. I don't know. Anyway, I don't have any interest in playing that game. I think there's been a couple times I've been fairly straightforward to some individuals that have come into our community, to the Discord, and engaged in that type of social interaction. I'm trying to kind of politically watch my words here a little bit, but it sucks. Like, it's this like weird gatekeeping and people, it drives people away from the industry. And like, especially with bug bounties, what we need more than anything in the entire cybersecurity community is a lot of really skilled bug bounty hunters that are going to submit really good reports, right? And that way we can kind of turn the tide on people that are trying to do something maliciously. And if you just
put a wall up and deter people from doing that because you're afraid that they're going to come in and like steal your bugs. That's just not how it works. I've seen it happen. Like there's plenty of bugs to go around. There's plenty of vulnerabilities. The more quality reports that we have coming in, the more trust that the bug bounty industry is going to gain, the more companies are going to want to have a bug bounty program and really invest in it because they're getting valuable things and they're interacting with people that are professional, and it just raises the entire industry up. It's good for everybody. So that's one of the reasons that I'm so motivated to do this is like, if we get more good people out there that are doing real manual testing and providing real reports and working together and doing everything, it just makes everybody's candle shine brighter. You know, it's like that, what do they say? It's like one candle shining doesn't make yours shine less bright or something. You know, it's just the more lights that we can have, everybody's going to shine better. It's going to create more opportunities for us, you know? So we're kind of in this weird thing, I think, with bug bounties where there's this like friction where, you know, you have kind of, some people have a bad reputation for bug bounties because you get all these like beg bounties where people were just like throwing random AI slop at it and begging for bounties and stuff. If we can get a large volume of high quality reports coming in and continue to build up that trust, we're going to have more and more companies that are going to want to do it. And then there's more opportunities for all of us. So that's the ultimate goal, right? Raise everything up. And that only happens if you work together, you help each other, you support each other. Things. So that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Yeah, no, I'm never gonna wear a hoodie. Here you go. This is the closest to a hoodie that I'll do there. At least having my actual hoodie up there. So, am I missing anything else? I want to make sure I'm not missing any questions. Do I have a public Discord server? So right now the Discord server has about 650 members. So it's not, you can't search for it. It has to be 1,000 members before it becomes public, technically. But it's, anybody can join. There will be a link in the description. There's a link in the description of, I think, just about every video that I have. So, so you can go do that there. I know Decrypt, you got a couple things on here. Again, let me know. I assume the no was me. Make short videos about bug bounties that got fixed. We have an idea of how clearly land a bug. Sure, yeah, I can definitely keep that in mind. Yeah, Mr. Robot, geez. That's what everybody. That was so popular for a while. Good. I'm glad, Cryptic. I'm glad you're seeing that as well. I'm really glad. I'm really glad that people are having that experience within the server. So, all right. So we've got our objects, or at least a good idea of the objects that are going to be involved for the user. So let's come over to the cart because this is going to be the other main component, right? So typically you have your larger application, then you have components that have, you know, designed to solve a specific problem. So the user component essentially is designed to allow for authentication, authorization, all that type of stuff, ultimately designed to identify the client and have information about the client. Then we have the component of the checkout component essentially. So we have the cart, we add items to the cart, we go through this checkout process. So there are multiple mechanisms within a component. So what are the objects that we are going to use here? And I think these were a bit easier to identify if I can kind of go through and just see, because we actually have REST API a bit. It makes it a little bit easier. So here you see we're identifying one. This is an example of a product object. 100%. This makes it so much easier. We can see all the different values that are in here. So every single one of these key value pairs is listed within this application because it needs to be used by some block of code. So every single one of these key value pairs, anything that we can control as a user is an opportunity to cause the application to act in a way that the developers never intended it to act. If we can cause the application to act in an unexpected way, we can figure out why it's acting that way. We can potentially weaponize that unexpected behavior. That's always what we're looking to do as a security tester. So now we're going to come and grab this. And I don't know, we'll call it a card object. I think that works right there. So we should be able to just add that. Perfect. Format, save. See how easy that is? See how easy it is when they just have an actual REST API. T-Set guy, yeah, I mean, I hope it'll cross 1K soon, the Discord. I mean, it's been growing fairly well. But yeah, once we get past that 1K, I'm gonna basically take a day to set aside and like really do a lot of additional improvements to that. I know Decrypt, you've been asking for some music. I've got that on my list, man. I promise. I just got to find some time to get around it or to get around to it. But yeah, once we hit 1K, I have a lot of things that are planned for the server. I've been doing some research into ways that we can kind of do like leveling up. Where what I want to eventually do is have a thing where if you're helping other people, you know, if you're coming in and answering other people's questions, if you're, you know, providing value to the community, I want to almost have like an experience type of bar, like a level up type system that will allow you to get, you know, potentially like get access to the members only videos. You know, if you're like, if you don't have the money to go spend on that, but you're willing to spend some time helping other people within the community, I want to have a way to reward you with things like that. And even getting to the point where like people who are really coming in and helping other people and investing a lot of time, some free private tutoring sessions. You know, if you're going to come and invest a big portion of your time to come in and help build out the community and help other people within the community, then I'm certainly willing to invest some of my time to sit down with you one-on-one and help you in your journey as well. So yeah, once we continue to build that out, I mean, again, I've got so many different plates spinning right now that I'm kind of just trying to focus on everywhere where the plates are wobbling. But it's just going to get easier and easier, better and better, smoother and smoother. Right? It's chopping down a redwood tree with a pocket knife. That's what I always say. It's just one, you know, it's going to take a while, but eventually we're going to get that redwood tree chopped down over there. So once again, somebody's saying the audio volume is way too low. There's a group of people that seem to have that, and the vast majority of people don't. So I will talk to YouTube support and find out why that's happening, but I'm not going to adjust mine now because some people I'll be like screaming in their ear. All right. So we have our cart object. Where are we at? So that's going to be each one of these here. And we can see all of this information. You know, if we come over here, we can see the name, the description, the cost, all this stuff. This is seeming really interesting to me. I wonder if we can, there must be some type of thing where, I don't know if that's a set amount, but I feel like this hospital credit we could potentially use to try and get, you know, free items or something like that. I'm also interested in the fact that we have two different description points that end in a new line. So I feel like these are being written directly into the DOM somewhere. So that's going to be an opportunity for us as well. And again, this is all going back to the threat modeling there. So those are objects that are going to be really a main focus of any threat modeling, any exploitation that we're going to try to do on this card here. Now, I don't think there's a promo code object. I don't know if there's a lot of other objects here. This seems like it stores most of the information. So this would link back to the user object that we found. So or it was the address, wasn't it? So this will link back to the user address object. So as part of the checkout mechanism, we have the cart objects that are here. We have the user object, specifically these address objects that are in here. So it's shipping address. The shipping method, that's probably a separate object, but it's just going to be an enum there. And then we have the payment object, which we've identified as well. So those are most of the notable objects. We have the user object, we have the object in the cart, we have the shipping address or the address object, and then a Boolean value to determine whether or not it's the default shipping, but we'll be able to select from those objects when we get to this point. And then we'll have the payment object. So there's really 4 core objects, potentially a session object as well that would be involved in this, but we're not seeing any of that from the client side there. So that gives me what I need. Again, so if we kind of come back here, we understand the purpose of the application when looking at the high level questions. We understand that it is a online shop that allows you to purchase. It doesn't really matter what the items are, right? But it is for individual people, not companies, or at least we're not seeing any evidence of that from our perspective, to purchase items through this online and have them shipped to your house. The mechanisms that we're looking at to test with our threat modeling is we have the read and update mechanisms within the user profile. So this would be modifying, reading or modifying the user object as well as the payment object and the address object. And then we have our second set of tests that we're focusing on the cart component, where we're going to be doing things like, can we manipulate the logic to get things for free, et cetera. And this is going to be using the cart object as well as when we go through the checkout, the payment object and the address object. The address object is not, aside from being able to read it, there's not a huge amount of impact. The payment object, there is a huge amount of impact. So imagine if we could get an IDOR on that payment object. Just think about that for a minute. Because you might think like, can I just get this for free? If I can buy things for free, that would be, critical, something for this company. One thing you will find as you go through and do these, and I have a video where I talk about this with Starbucks. Starbucks doesn't care if you can buy a free cup of coffee. Starbucks sells a lot of cups of coffee. If you can get a free coffee every day for a year, that's going to cost them what? A couple thousand across the whole year? How much money does Starbucks make? They don't really care. If, on the other hand, you can steal the private information of another person that wasn't supposed to be illustrated, and you can show that, that becomes a news story. There's a whole, there are regulatory problems with that, right? If they're doing PCI, we're talking about the payment card thing. If you can access another user's payment card information and they're processing everything themselves, they are subject to PCI DSS, the payment card industry data security standard, I think is what DSS stands for. That can have a significant impact. It can be fines. It's going to be a terrible news story, everything. So you've always got to think about what's going to be the most devastating to them as you're kind of moving through this threat model process. So now that we have all that, we know we're talking. Oh, anyway, what I was going to say was the payment card one. Imagine if you could force somebody else to do it. First of all, can you actually access that other payment object? If you can, that's a PCI, violation. But then if you could force somebody else to pay for your checkout, that's devastating. Like compared to if you can just make it free. If I can just get stuff for free, this company, it's not going to make, especially Mars, right? Mars is a huge company. It's a huge multinational conglomerate. They don't care about a couple $1,000s. But man, the person who you force to pay for your dog food sure gonna care. If I can force you to pay $1,000 right now that you didn't want to pay, what would your checking account look like? I mean, I know for me, I'm not like, I don't want to lose $1,000 out of there. Obviously savings and everything. A lot of people don't keep a ton of money in their checking anyway. What if you can get it to overdraw? Which of course you can. Go there, do 10,000, go. Does it run through? Do they have controls in place to check and make sure that credit card and that bank account has the balance and everything that it needs to have? I mean, you can, so now all of a sudden, instead of targeting the company, again, going back to our initial high level questions, you are targeting the individual people that are buying these food. They're the ones that are giving the credit card information. Those are your targets. If you can force them to pay for something they didn't want to pay for, they are going to be furious at this That's lawsuits that can happen. That is all types of, that's going to make the news. That's where you can really show impact. So again, I'm just kind of trying to show the mindset behind this Stride threat modeling. As we're building all of our information up here, I'm starting to get these attack patterns in my head, which is what we're going to use when we get to the actual threat model. Now, before we do that, we want to go through and outline some of these security controls that have been implemented that will prevent or potentially stop us from either attacking the user object or attacking the checkout process itself. So let me make sure that I'm not missing anything from here. I said, sorry if it's a big ask or quite annoying. Any chance you can get a dark mode extension on your browser? The bright light is killing me. Yeah, I can do that. I know if somebody can recommend in the Discord a good one, I've tried a few different ones and they've been, I've never found one that I've been super happy with. But yeah, I think that's a very fair ask. I know, I don't like the bright ones either. Obviously you can see this is my application. Certainly built it with a dark mode implemented in there. If the subdomain leads to an external page not controlled by the company, how should that be accessed from a security perspective? Shanks, that should never happen. There really shouldn't be, I mean, unless it's like a third party service, but they still control the domain. So they may have, what you're going to have is a CNAME record. You know, the company itself, when you buy a root domain, you have full control over all those subdomains. It's not like I can go register, you know, arson.google.com. They would have to create that database entry or the DNS entry for me. So what you're looking at is a CNAME redirect. A CNAME just basically maps one domain to another. And so how would you target that? You know, I mean, subdomain takeover is the easiest way. You know, how are they kind of integrating with it? But yeah, but fundamentally what you're looking at when you have a subdomain that's controlled by another company, it's going to be some type of a CNAME record that is registered, and the domain itself, the DNS record, is still going to be controlled by the company. I'm glad you like the UI. Thank you. All right, make sure here. Dark Reader is really good. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I'll see. Yeah, I'll try Dark Reader. I don't remember if I've tried that one before or not, but I definitely will. All right. So we're starting to get some ideas for attack paths in our mind. So the next thing that we need to do is just go through and identify some of the security controls that are going to potentially affect the attacks that we want to do. I have all types of different ones in here. You can come in and add your own. We're not going to go through all of them. I'm just going to try to find ones that are specific to the types of attacks that we're kind of moving over towards. So first of all, these cookie flags here, very important. Secure, typically, that's all right. I want to look at HTTP only and same site specifically, and I'm only going to focus on the session token. So first we need to identify what exactly is the session token. And I think we know, but let's find out for sure. I need to find something that I can use that needs to be authenticated. Probably one of these REST ones will be good. Let's see, let's send this over to the repeater. Send this, and now can I do this completely unauthenticated? I can, so that's not gonna help me. Need to find an endpoint that I cannot do that. That's kind of weird. Let's try this one. This seems like one. Okay, I would imagine that I would need to be authenticated for this. Well, I guess, because we have this here. I think that's it. I'll tell you what, let's do this one here. Here's one that I know. Load this page up. Here's one. There's no way that this here we're getting specific user information as part of that. So now let's drop off everything here. We should get something saying we're not authenticated. Okay, and that essentially works for that. There's our Boolean. So now I believe, because it's a Java application, I think the only thing that we need is this JSession ID. No, apparently not. We need some more. Oh, CSRF. Okay, we're getting a CSRF error as well. Oops. Which one is the CSRF token here? One of these got to be the CSRF token. Somebody let me know in the chat if you see it. Again, you'd think it might be that as well. I wouldn't think it's this. This is probably a tracking tag segment. Let's get rid of that there. I don't think these screen width, screen height, demo site. I don't know which one of these cookies is being used as a CSRF. We're gonna have to just start kind of cutting them out and see what happens. Okay, that still works. Unless it's this right here. It's the only thing that I can think of. Does this map to this? It does, I think, right? YPGE. I think it maps. Yeah, okay. So this must be a CSRF token implementation. And then we've got this over here as well. Is this written anywhere else? No, just down there. So maybe that's a signature for it. So I wonder if I can get rid of everything but these two sessions over here. Okay, there we go. So these are the two that we need. We've got our CSRF token right here, which is being used over there as well. And we have our actual session token. So these are the two cookies that I want to focus in on for this. Does it have secure? Does it have HTTP only? Does it have same site? Because those are all going to impact our ability to test. So as we looked at before, come over here to inspect, go to storage, over here, and I'll just sort by HTTP only. Yeah, I don't even know what that one is. So starting with, what was the first one? Secure? I forgot. Yeah, so starting with secure. Looking at this, I'm gonna get the two names of these as well. This one, no secure cookie flag. So our CSRF token does not have the secure cookie flag there. Let me click on that. And our J session, now our J session, our actual session token does have the secure flag. Let's do that. Now for the HTTP only, I'm certain, because the only one that has it is this. I don't know what this is being used for that they would need an HTTP only. They're also claiming it's a session token, but it's not. That's something that just happens in the browser there. But yeah, neither one of these do. False and false. So come back over here. I want to grab so again, this is telling us that client-side injections, cross-site scripting is very much in play. Again, we know that it doesn't have a virtual DOM. We've seen user-controlled input being reflected in the DOM all over the place. We're not seeing HTTP-only flags, which means we can potentially recreate that CSRF token and break that implementation. You do a lot of stuff there. And then same site. We'll see what we got here. For both of these, we have same site none, right? We don't see lax, we don't see strict, which means same site empty right there. Well, same site empty. Is same site empty, is that the same thing as same site none? I actually don't know the answer to that. Let's find out together. Let's see what this says here. Ah, no, I was wrong. No, an empty string is not, at least according to Gemini, and take everything AI says with a grain of salt, but so it defaults to lax, it seems like in modern browsers. I was not aware of that. Okay, so lax means that it will go to any subdomain, but we cannot send these off through natural AJAX calls to something else. So we'll just do that there. That's cool. I learned something there. All right, so those are going to impact our threat modeling here, which we're getting very close to doing the actual threat modeling, which is good because I think we're about 3 hours into the stream at this point. Good grief. Oh, looks like someone, random C2C, you're 100% right. Yeah, I did not know that. Said, doesn't Chrome automatically set it to lax now in other browsers? Yep, it absolutely does. You are 100% correct. Good call, good call. All right, so now let's take a look at the content security policy, so content security policy can be set 2 different ways. It can either be set in a response header, or it can be set in the actual DOM itself in a meta tag. So I'm not seeing the existence of a content security policy at all in this, at least not coming from the response headers, obviously. So what I would do, I would kind of filter through here, right, looking for any headers that might show it there. So the only other place that I could think it'd be is actually written into a meta tag in the DOM. And so we're going to look at the response body. Actually, we'll leave this here just to see what happens when we do content. It's going to be way too much. Yeah. Oh, we are getting a few that have content security policy there, but it's just giving us frame ancestors, some very simple stuff. Are we seeing, let's get rid of the response headers. Let's see what happens in the DOM. And I think this is how it would be crafted. Again, let me go and make sure. I think the directive that you do is lowercase. Yeah, it's an attribute. Yeah, so searching the same string should work. So we're not seeing seeing anything in the response body. It's only in the headers, and we have very few. So at most, I think we have this. Kind of scroll down and see if there's anything else. That's it. That's all we got. So once again, this is all building our picture to say the client-side injections are going to be very viable here. So none in DOM. And we'll list that out right there. So if they're not explicitly going in, and setting that content security policy, then we're going to have the ability to potentially, again, it's basically wide open. So, once we get a client-side injection, we don't have to worry about what we're able to do. We should be able to do anything. If we don't have to worry about the connection source, we could kind of send that out to a target there. So very, very possible that the client-side injections are in play here. All right. What other, I don't know if there's any other security controls we really need to think of, because most of what we're dialing into is logic flaws. We did do the CSRF. I think CSRF state changing security is going to be something that we want to take a look at here. Did I not list CSRF in here? Or did I just call it something else? I know we've got the XSS header and everything too. How did I not include cross-site request forgery tokens in this? I've lost my mind. Okay, I have to do it in the next update. Just call that CSRF token. Let's do it with, so it actually looks correct. And now, it seems like they have several different implementations for CSRF. So let's just test this here. So we know this cookie, let's just say cookie must match body parameter. I think I spelled that right. Yes. It's funny how you just completely forget how to do the most basic stuff when a camera's on you. I don't know what exactly that is. Yeah, cores. Yeah, so random. Yeah, cores. I do have cores listed in here. Since this is a monolith, where I'm not seeing any requests that are going to other domains, so I don't think they have any cores implementation on this one. But yeah, 100%. CSRF and cores I always want to look at, and especially again when you're looking at client-side injections, because that's going to determine what you can actually force the user to do. Typically, to get a full, like to weaponize a client-side injection like a cross-site scripting, you have to have a failure of cores where they allow any domain. You have to failure, or at least allow from subdomains. You have to have a failure of CSRF, and then you have to get the client-side injection as well, and then you can start to really kind of show an impact. How do I take notes? Well, typically I just have another like VS Code thing over there with a markdown page that I write out. And then obviously this is my framework that I use to do that as well, to take notes. So let's see, send this again, make sure it's still working. Now, what happens, do these just need to match? What happens if I just delete the P on the end of each of those? Nope, that breaks it. What happens if I just delete this? That breaks it. So the CSRF implementation actually looks, on this endpoint, looks pretty effective. I'm going to copy this URL as well because we have a few different ones. Let's see if we can find one more know we did this before. There's the proxy, come up to the top, save those changes. Trying to figure out exactly where that request was. Is this one right here? Yeah, okay, here you go, right here. So do we have, okay, so this one, send a repeater, yeah, and then now I should be able to go plus CSRF request 2. Let's see if it'll let me add a number as well. It's an interesting question. Refresh this over here. No, don't resend. Just reload this page. Oh, well, so we can put whatever we want in our first name. We can kind of start playing around with that for validation, get this up. So here we have this form token that's being used for that. When we render this here, oh, it doesn't like it. Okay, that's fine. Copy this. So another one that we have here, copy this URL. And now let's see if this one is effective as well. So I don't know what exactly, is this being taken from a cookie also? No, it's not being taken from a cookie. So this should be taken from the DOM, I would assume. Should be sent as a hidden input here. Yep, there you go. There's your hidden input. So let's go ahead and right click. Come over here. Let's copy the outer HTML of that. I want to get that put in right there. And now, so this one's completely different. So on the first CSRF implementation that we were testing, wrong one, they were validating that a cookie value, it looks like, matches a value in the body right here. And then it does look like we have some type of a signature that's added on to it for integrity. I don't know exactly how that's working, but it's pretty common that you see where there's a cookie and another value, like maybe a cookie and a header, cookie and a body parameter or something. I haven't seen as much, and we just want to see if they match. So what I would do to test this, and you saw me do a few of these, does it actually need to be this entire value? Is it just that the two values match that it will validate it? Now with this additional, what I think is a signature for integrity, that seems like it's protecting it. So when I delete the P on both of them, it's okay. You will run into applications that will just check to see, does the cookie match the header? Does the cookie match the parameter? And if so, it'll let it go through. That would make it so it's not effective. This seems to be an effective implementation. Here, on the other hand, we have a unique code that is being generated and returned in the DOM, and then it's being added as part of a hidden input in the request that's going in. So the effectiveness of this, testing the effectiveness of this, is going to be completely different than the ones that it's just checking to see if those values match. So the questions we need to ask ourselves is this a one-time use only, is probably the main ones. And I think we've already proven that it's not, but we'll just do CSRF test 3 because we already sent this through, this exact one. So let's just send this through again. And if we can change it to 3, which I'm fairly confident we can, there you go, then the CSRF token can be reused. Now, that becomes the next question. How long, right? Can I reuse this token forever? Is it stored in the database for a certain amount of time? The longer that I can reuse it, the greater likelihood I can have to actually be able to exploit this. That already makes me think that it's not a very effective CSRF implementation. Let's see if it's even validating at all, or is it just looking to see if there's any string whatsoever? If we send this here, and obviously it's not. So what? It's so weird. There's no reason for us to be getting an access control allow origin either, unless this is being used for something else. But This is redirecting over to the main page. So yeah, I think it's just automatically redirecting us. So it is going to validate that the number exists, but after that, I mean, we can just keep doing it over and over again. Now, I think when we were testing before a while ago, I think I had it. Because what I would do is I would test this basically once a day, every day. Here's an older one, I think. I think this is the one that we did in the last live stream. So this is 5 or 6 days. Let me see. Does this still match? Does a user only have one CSRF token and it's always the same thing? No, it's a completely different token. So let's see if the old CSRF token from 5 or 6 days ago works. It does not work. So there's a time limit. There's a time-based limit on that. So what I would do again is like every day I would go in. Maybe it's a couple hours, maybe it's a couple minutes, maybe it's a couple hours, maybe it's a couple days. We don't know. But the longer that this CSRF token stays valid, the greater chance that we're going to be able to exploit a client-side injection there. Okay, so I think that's the ones, at least for what we need to do. I'm trying to think about, something else like iDoors over here. Oh wait, I need to save this for this. Shoot. Where did it go? I don't know. Doesn't matter. That's fine. We got everything we need. More of a demonstration. Yeah, another thing that I would be thinking about is any iDoor protection. So are they validating, how are they identifying, which we already found that it seems like for a lot of these, there's a user context object. So there would be kind of some more in there. But okay, let me see if there's any other questions. I'm going to take a short break here now that we're 3 hours and 15 minutes in. And then we're going to go ahead and start building our threat model and then converting that into an actual attack plan for how we can go and test these two like core components that we've been looking at. And again, we're building a testing plan based on the information that we're finding, the vulnerabilities that we're finding, the security controls, the et cetera, so that we know that the time that we're going to spend testing is valuable. Even if we don't find any vulnerabilities, we know that every test that we conduct, there's a chance that there's going to be a vulnerability here. So with this threat modeling methodology, you're doing more work up front, but you're saving exponentially more time than you're spending at the end because you're not just drifting around and throwing random vulnerabilities, right? We may have gotten to the end of this process, and based on the security controls and the architecture and everything else, we may have found that client-side injections are completely pointless. They've got a very strong content security policy. All those cookie flags are have HTTP only the way that they're supposed to. They're all same site strict. We might have found all these things to where client-side injections are not going to be possible. That's not what we found. So now when I'm coming into the threat model, I know that client-side injections are in play. In fact, it's probably going to be a very good way that we could potentially get some exploits, and we could start to build the attack of how we would do it. We know what security, we know how the CSRF is implemented to know whether or not I can go set up evil.com and force you to make requests, right? We have so much context here at this point that now we can go through and systematically start to build out our attack plan based on these stride items here. So let me run through here, make sure I'm not missing anything in the chat. So you should teach your view. Oh, which one was it? CSRF tokens don't expire, the ones on that site. What we just saw, it seemed like it expired. I could be wrong, but yeah. Yeah, so you said you should teach your users that because they are using DWR, their client-side services calling the DWR backend, some client-side DWR services are not exposed, so they can be enumerated. I think you're teaching the people that, because I'm not familiar with this DWR. That's one of the reasons I like digging into this, is I'm learning myself as I'm going and testing this. But that's a great call out. Yeah, when you have these things. So it sounds like from what you're saying, there are some standardized endpoints that are related to this DWR backend that we could potentially enumerate and maybe make some changes to the application itself. So I'm personally going to need to do more research on DWR. I'm just not familiar with the tech stack. I haven't used it before, but that's a great call out. And if any, this is in the Twitch chat for everybody who wants it, but anybody who wants to share that, and if you want to share some information with the community, that's phenomenal. Okay, let me come back here.
Make sure I didn't miss anything here. I'm scrolling up, making sure I'm not missing anything. Somebody found a way to buy any out of stock items. They got an NA quickly. I don't know why. What do you think, and what's the impact? Not a huge amount of impact if you're buying it, because you're essentially just spending money on. If you can actually successfully buy it, you're just spending money on something that you know you can't get. I would try to force another person to be able to do that, but that would be something that I would want to know why that's possible, and then I would try to find a better way to weaponize that, because there's still something wrong. They're not validating some. They're not validating whether or not the product exists. So what does that tell us? Is that a mechanism only to validate that the product exists? Could be used for other validations? And that one, probably not. They're probably just failing to do a database query to actually check and see if it's there. But I might keep that in the back of my mind and say, okay, this is a mistake that the developers have made. So where can we potentially apply that somewhere else? For example, when you change your email address, or especially if if you have an OAuth account, are they validating that an email address, a user account with that email address already exists? That's another place where they may make the same mistake. And then we can go and test that. So that would more of inform it. I can't think of any way to specifically build impact on that, or at least there's not a great story of a nightmare scenario for the company for that. Lead Hacker, I guess is how you say that. 1337 Hacker, he said, is this directly transferable to bug bounty programs as they are significantly more hardened? Would you go about this differently? And if you were actually trying to find bugs? No, this is exactly what I do. It's just I go slower and kind of more methodical and everything. But Stride threat modeling, this is exactly what I do. I complete my recon, I sit down, I go through, I learn everything that I can about the application, identify the mechanisms, identify the objects that I'm targeting, enumerate the security controls, and then start to build out an attack plan. What's going to be different on a actual bug bounty program as opposed to a VDP is that you're going to have a lot more strict security controls here. And so it's going to be so much more important to identify those and fully understand how those security controls are blocking you in certain ways before you get to the threat model, so that you can, when you're doing the threat model, you're identifying attack techniques that are possible. So that's going to be the big difference. But the methodology here, I would say it's going to be more effective, not more effective, but equally as effective on a bug bounty program, because the purpose of it is to find out what's possible within the context of the application, the functionality, the security controls, and then to build an attack plan on that. You're probably going to end up with a lot less results in your threat model on a bug bounty program, because there's less opportunities to actually do real attacks based on the security controls and everything. But you're probably going to have more mechanisms and everything too. But the methodology itself works for anything. This is exactly what blue security teams, what defensive AppSec teams do, right? This is what I've done throughout my career. I've done this countless times. The developers build the architecture, they identify the functionality, they identify everything's going to be in there, and then they bring it to the security team, and we sit there and we talk about all the different ways that an attacker can target it. It's what people already do on production applications there. Let's see. Done. Come down here, make sure I don't miss any. Again, somebody. Oh, we got a lot of chat. Sorry. I don't know. Am I missing any other things? Here we go. Gattersec said, again, I think I pronounced that right. Is your tool available at GitHub or so? Yeah. So my tool is 100% free. It's open source. Feel free to fork it if you want or do anything. I had this up here. Here we go. So you can go to my GitHub. I linked it earlier in the chat. You can come back here, github.com. You can see here's my fancy thing. And then you just click on Arson Framework version 2. And this is it. And there's a new release that I just released a couple days ago, right? We've got all new ways to build out your scope. So you can import HackerOne, burp configuration files, CSVs that you can download from them. If you have a HackerOne API key, which everybody can get for free if you make a HackerOne account, you can literally just search for, the existing ones, right? So you add a scope target,
come on. Oh, I don't have my thing set up, but right, you'd be able to click this, load programs. Once you have your API key in there, it'll populate everything. Yeah, all types of new functionality. The Stride piece is new, a lot of performance improvements, a lot of new functionality here. We've also got this utilities section, which is really great. So if you're, this is in fact, I'll just show this real quick. This is a process that I do. Oh no, I needed that there. So if you see over here on Burp Suite with the sitemap, you see that we have a lot of these that are grayed out. We haven't actually made the request or the response. So what that means is that Burp Suite, when it's loaded up all of these requests and responses, it's identified this endpoint in the code of the server responses. So it believes that this endpoint exists. However, it doesn't know for sure because we haven't sent that request. Now, maybe there's a easier way to do this, but I haven't found a really easy way to go through and just make a GET request on each of these. So that's why I built this utility. So what I do is I just come here and you select none of these, and what you end up is just a whole list of these ones that haven't been requested. And I'll click on these. We can copy the selected URLs over here, and then you come over and paste it here. Verify the list. We have our full list here. And then you can choose HTTPS, HTTP, or both. And once you hit populate, it will send these one by one. It'll make GET request through, hey, thanks so much for the follow. It will send these requests through your burp proxy and automatically populate this list here. So I'm not gonna do it just because I'm running a lot of stuff on this computer right now and I don't know if that's gonna take a while and whatever, but that's a great little trick that you can use with that. And yeah, my tool's 100% free. Again, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. That's a little trick that you can do right there. Okay, we'll apply this here. All right, let me make sure before we move on to the last phase. Hey, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Man, I'm climbing up here in the subs. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Is that a local hosted environment? No, this is an actual bug bounty program there. So the Mars VDP. Gattersuk said again, what is the methodology behind how you think about CSRFs, cross-site request forgery? I think it's very rare to get the type of CSRF vulnerability that you would find in a older lab without any security controls. Typically, I look for CSRF in the context of cores and client-side injections. The same site flag is going to make getting a proper CSRF very, very difficult. I think you essentially have to go in and say explicitly that the request can come from anywhere. So they would need a use case for that, and it's kind of a rare use case. Typically, you would have LACs where they're coming in from different subdomains. But yeah, what I do is first of all, in fact, I've got a members only video on this, so I don't want to, dig too much into it. I think that walks through 30, 45 minutes how I do it. But you find an endpoint that you can use for an account takeover and identify that it has a CORS misconfiguration and or a CSRF misconfiguration. And then you use that based on the information in the content security policy and the cookie flags to walk back, and then you start looking for your client-side injection. So that's typically how I do CSRF there. How can you update the framework? I mean, I don't know, that's a good question. Maybe I need a component in there to automatically update it. I guess I would just export the data, because it has you can come up here, export into that .arson file just like you typically would. And then I would just do a new build of it. But that's a good question. That's a really good question. I probably need a feature in here when I do a new release to just automatically update it and make it a lot easier. I don't see any reason why I can't build that. I like that. Really good recommendation. Thank you. I'm gonna build that. That'll be in the next release, be a way to automatically do that. It's a very, very good call. Nice. Oh, I'm a little scared to hunt live sometimes too, because again, I don't want to show anything that I shouldn't, but I tend to, if I do anything where we're actually going through a lot of exploits, a lot of times I do a lot of prep for that. And I essentially have things that I want to show and kind of stories I want to tell, but things that I know are not going to be vulnerable, or I'll kind of run up on that point and say, hey, here's how I would test, and kind of let you go through it. But anyway, so glad it's helpful. So glad it's helpful. D-Day 52, do you think most bugs is manual searching, not with automatic tools like Nuclei? So it's just two completely different strategies. If you want to be one of the people that does a lot of automated scanning and a lot of automated testing, Nuclei, burp scanning, things like that, that's a great methodology, great strategy that you can use. You got to go fast. You got to go fast because there's so many other people that are doing it. It's a race. That's a lot of what, one of the things that I wasn't a fan of with Synac was they kind of drop the programs and then it feels like it's just a race to go get everything. So to me, it kind of took the fun out of it. I like going very slow. I like thinking, I do more thinking than I do hunting. I like really kind of understanding it and finding these, breaks in the logic or kind of these complex webs of downstream effects. That's just more fun to me. But yeah, so it's just a different strategy. You have a lot of people that do nothing but automated testing and they're at the whim of when the new programs drop, when the application changes, they're constantly running scans. They've got everything automated. So if you want to compete with somebody that's doing automated testing, you can't just go and run nuclei and hope that you're going to find something. Now with nuclei, you can go and create your own templates that other people aren't testing, and then you can potentially find something. But if you're just running the templates and the scans that are already out there, you better have everything automated. You better have finding, submitting the report, right? Like that needs to happen when you're not even at your computer. And that's where there's a lot of people out there that do that. Plus you're also competing with like the XBOW and everything, the AI systems there. So, all right, I'm going to take a short break again. Just gotta go hit the head again and probably refresh my coffee a little bit here. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to use all the information that we found to go through and perform a full threat model using the STRIDE methodology. We're also going to identify what's called crown jewels and nightmare scenarios before we do that. So I'll leave you with that as a cliffhanger. I'll be back in just a couple minutes and we will go through the STRIDE threat model and start wrapping up stream. All right. I think the dog wants to stay out there. I think he's tired of sitting behind me here. Oh, which is totally fine. Yeah, D-Day 52, you said your methodology was probably mostly automatic with zero luck. Yeah. I mean, again, it goes back to the question that I got initially when I first started the stream, but I just hear the same thing over and over again from so many people that are starting out or trying to find their first bug, where they focus on injections. Everybody focuses on the same thing. You kind of pigeonhole yourself into like a really narrow group of vulnerabilities, typically injection things. So you got everybody testing for the same thing, and there are also the vulnerabilities that are very easy to automate as well. So yeah, bug bounties I say this all the time, it's all about creativity. It's all about creativity. Like, if you can find something that other people aren't doing, and it doesn't have to be a crazy exploit, right? It doesn't have to be this crazy security research. It's it's work smarter, not harder. Like, just find if you can find a way to do recon that nobody else is thinking of, right? I remember when people first started using like the marketing trackers and fave icons. Fave icons is a great one, right? So like they'll pull down the hash of the fave icon, which this is the fave icon, right? What loads up in the little icon there. So, for Google, right, all these different Google pages have the same favicon. So you get the hash of it as part of your recon that you're doing. And then if you see a hash on another page that's completely different, but it has that same Google one or the same company, then you know that that's most likely owned by the company. And it might be something that's a completely different domain, everything else. So I remember when those kind of started to come up, and the people that first thought of that started doing that when nobody else was, they were finding all types of applications that everybody else was missing. So you didn't have to do anything fancy. Like, that's not a complicated thing. You just anytime you load a page, the favicon loads, you just take the response data, hash it, and compare that. So it's very simple from a technical standpoint. It's just a great idea. So that's really the mindset that you want to get in with bug bounties. Bug bounties is an Easter egg hunt. So you need to find ways to look for those Easter eggs that other people aren't looking for. And again, kind of put the luck on your side. But yeah, definitely very, very common. Yeah, when HackerOne adds a new public bug bounty program, usually that program was a private one for about a year or more. That's true. Usually most companies start with a private program and then move to a public one. We did private on Flowcast for about 6 months, I think, maybe a year before I moved it over. But yeah, I mean, typically, like, I just look at the changes in scope and everything too, and you can find new stuff that hasn't been tested. But that's definitely true. I think you can also see, like, if you see that it's a brand new program and they pay bounties and they don't have any metrics for the previous bounties or anything, sometimes that means they didn't have a private program. But I know you can also work with HackerOne and have it. There's some things in the back end of HackerOne that will do that as well. So it's not a complete rule. So. Kalita New, yeah, we've been going for about 3.5 hours now. So we're going to move into the final section here, but all this will be available on YouTube as soon as I can, Twitch, everything like that. I'm hoping to have it ready by the end of the day. Said, if you do not understand DWR, you will never be able to exploit vulnerabilities related to it. Vulnerabilities specific to DWR, I would completely agree. However, I would not agree that you can't find any vulnerabilities in an application that leverages DWR. I think, right now we're looking more for logic type of thing. So I don't think having a full understanding for this is mandatory. However, if I was not doing this as part of live stream, and this was just my own bug bounty hunting, I would have stopped everything the moment I saw those endpoints and everything that I haven't tested, and I would go in and do my research and learn as much as I can about it, because that just gives you so much more power as you're testing. So, yeah, I mean, you don't have to fully understand the technology of what you're testing, depending on the type of testing that you're doing. But I, again, personally would definitely sit down and do all that research if I saw enough there that let me know that it was worth it. I don't know if I'd do that for a VDP, for a vulnerability disclosure program, but anyway. Yeah, Decrypt says manual testing is where it's at. I completely agree. All right, so now we're going to move into the final stage. We've answered our high-level questions about the application. We know what mechanisms exist. We know what notable objects are going to be involved within those mechanisms that we can target with our attack. We understand how the security controls are going to configure that are potentially going to affect us. So now we can begin doing our STRIDE threat model. So the STRIDE threat model, I think this was originally developed by Microsoft. The purpose of this is to help you ask the right questions. So the reason that I say that is, don't be strict as you're doing this, right? There's always going to be overlap between some of these, like spoofing and information disclosure, right? If I can spoof and impersonate a user, I'm probably ultimately going to try to do that to get information disclosure, So you can have, certain attacks and everything that fall into different categories, but this threat modeling process is meant to have you ask the right questions, make sure that you're not forgetting any specific attack types, things like that, so that once you have these threats that you've identified, you can then map these threats to specific attacks, right? So let's go ahead and do that, and we can start with spoofing. So spoofing, fairly easy, right? Threats involving impersonation of users, systems, or data, right? So we are going to force the backend server to believe that we are another user, a legitimate another user, based on the data that is included in our HTTP request. So, and again, we can spoof IP addresses, we can spoof the actual, session, if we can get access to a session token, yeah, anything like that. So I don't know how well this is gonna work. I wanna make this kind of a group effort here, which is typically how a real threat modeling would do. I know it may be difficult with the stream, but we're gonna give it a chance for a minute. Is there anybody in the chat that has an idea based on everything that we've seen so far of how we can use spoofing to attack this application? I'll wait to see if anything comes through. And I can kind of start coming in here as well. So what are the mechanisms that we have so far, right? We can add a pet, we can add items to cart, we can change password, we can read their payment methods, and then we can also test a promo code there, right? So out of the mechanisms that we've identified, adding a pet, if we're spoofing, so if we force the backend server to believe that when we add a pet, we're another user, we're just adding another pet to them. There's not a lot of impact there. They're just gonna have another item on there. It's not good, you shouldn't be able to do it, but there's not a huge amount of impact. Same with the cart, that may be a little bit more if they accidentally buy something that they didn't necessarily want to buy. Yeah, I don't see a huge amount of impact. Now, change password, that definitely seems like if we can force the backend server to believe that we are another legitimate user trying to change our password, there's impact. And then read payment methods. If we can force the backend server to believe we're another user, we can read their payment methods. Big impact. So we have a update and a read request that are both going to be, in my opinion, good targets for that. Now, Decrypt, you said cookies to see if they're HTTP only. Can we steal their cookies? Yeah, so we just looked at that, right? And we saw that their cookies, the session tokens, do not have HTTP only on them. So spoofing is definitely in play for the session token. If we can steal another user's session token, then we can easily spoof their requests to force the backend server to believe that we are we're one of those there. So Decrypt or anybody else, what's a way that we can do that? How could we steal the cookie so that we can eventually get in here and either try to change their password or read the payment methods? And to me, I know you mentioned with stealing the cookie. To me, stealing cookies, especially when there's no HTTP only flag, what always comes to mind is client-side injections, right? So, and again, we've been kind of leading to that. We've seen that there's no virtual DOM. We've seen that they don't have an effective content security policy. They don't have HTTP only. All of these are coming into play so that we see, I think it's very viable that we could spoof their valid session and be able to do one of these too. Now, if you remember on the change password mechanism, we did need to know the current password. So if we get a cross-site scripting, we force them to make this request to change the password, we would need to already know their current password, which means we would already have access to their account. So that is not really a viable threat. We already have a security control that's in place that is going to make it very, very difficult. Decrypt, so allow the requests, it's form-based submission. The requests all go to the same domain. So CORS doesn't come into play. So allow credentials is not in there. So we can definitely do that. Yeah. Prod by Taj, I think I'm saying that. Yeah. XSS possibility. That's 100% where my mind is going. And specifically out of these two, I think reading payment methods is going to be the most effective way to do that. Right. Now for the URL, I'm just going to add the full, we'll just do like the root thing here because we would need to get our cross-site scripting anywhere, right? But we know that if we can get a cross-site scripting, we will be able to, first of all, we could just, because of the connection source and everything, and there's no HTTP only, we could just grab the cookie. I could come in here, go to the console, and if I do fetch and then, yeah, Q equals. So you see we get a CORS block because I don't have CORS set up on this here, but we are sending this request. Now it's kicking it back, right? It's not actually loading it in here because of that. But if we set up a CORS endpoint, do whatever, if I go to my arson security server, I have this request in my logs. So I've been able to steal. You can see the session token and everything else. So that is very, very viable as an attack surface there. Yeah, the XSS fill new password. Decrypt. That's what I was thinking earlier. The password, this isn't automatically filled in. It's my browser that's doing this. So when this loads, normally you don't have the current password, so you would still need to know that there. So that's definitely a good thought. What Decrypt was saying was if this automatically loaded in, then all we would need to do is use our JavaScript to redirect them to this page, to enter a new password, and then hit save change, use JavaScript to hit save changes button and submit that automatically. But with this, because this is not loading, we're not going to be able to do that. Let's see. First, yeah. So exactly. Gosh, I'm so bad at these names. Azik and exploits. I hope that's right. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so bad at reading these things. But you're absolutely right. Yeah. So if we can get a reflected or a stored cross-site scripting, then we could just, all we have to do is steal that session token and we can go and get it. Now from there, there's a lot of things we can do, but I also think even if we don't want to steal the session token, I think leveraging their session to be able to read the payment methods is going to be another viable option as well. Isaac and exploits. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I sincerely apologize. One day I'll get better at doing that. All right, so again, and then the user object, which would likely have the nested payment object in there. Remember, we just didn't add the payment object because it would take a little bit more time for the sake of the stream. But so we're going to be targeting the user object, which is going to have the nested payment objects most likely. And if not, we would just target the payment one there. So what are our attack steps? So first, find user controlled input reflected in the DOM, either from HTTP request or from database. Right, so that's our first step. We're trying to get a client-side injection. So the first thing we need to do is we need to find user-controlled input. Now, either it's a reflected, which means it comes in from the request and is reflected out, or we store data in the database and then it comes out and do that. Then we need to pop an alert, essentially. You know, we need to find out that we have the ability to inject malicious JavaScript in the DOM that the developer did not intend. So we're just kind of basically proving that out. And maybe if we wanted to take a step further here, I would even say get HTML injection first, right? Get something like that so that we see we have the HTML injection, and then from there, we'll update it to the thing. So right there with slash script. So once we have the alert, we need to confirm, and this would confirm that we can access the cookies there. The only thing that we need to do is we need to deliver, or really just right here, show that we can deliver the payload. Right, we need to make sure that it's not a self cross-site scripting. So the user-controlled input that's being reflected, if it's reflected from an HTTP request, so if it's a reflected cross-site scripting, we need to make sure that we can deliver that. So if it's in a header, you know, a unique header or a cookie value, how do we force our victim to set that cookie value or set that header value? It becomes a lot more difficult. We also don't want it coming from a post request. We don't want anything coming from a body because we would have to force that user to send that post request manually. It can be very difficult. So ultimately, we really want to find something within the URL parameters, something like that, so that we can send the victim a link. And then when the victim clicks on a link, if it's reflected cross-site scripting, it will automatically execute the payload. Now, if it's stored cross-site scripting, then we need to get that payload in the database and then find a place where it's going to be rendered for all users, right? So if the cross-site scripting is in the email address, or let's even say the personal details, come to personal details, it's pretty common. Let's say that we can get this to say script, and let's even try this. Shoot, does this? I don't even know if they have any things in there. Okay, so it doesn't like that. So what I'll do, of course, is test here, and then we will turn on the proxy. Send that there. And then coming over here, I will replace the name test with the name script1. Turn that off. Oh, I didn't like it. Interesting. Where's our edited request? I don't know why. We didn't really get any errors or anything, so I think it still looks the same. Let me just see. Open response in browser. Just curious to see if there's any errors. No, so I guess there was something on the server side that kicked it back. But anyway, so yeah, stored cross-site scripting, we would send that in there. We'd want to see it loaded up. So if we were to get a cross-site scripting right here in the first name to where it popped back up and it did execute an alert, how do we deliver that to somebody? You know, how do we deliver that to a victim? Because we're seeing our own personal details here. Now, I don't know, maybe the first name is listed out somewhere else, but if this was like a forum or a blog or anything, then you would expect the names and the email addresses and stuff to be seen. But for the most part, you would really only expect a user to see their own user information. You could potentially target the admins. You know, we don't know if there's admin functionality or not. We can assume that there is, so potentially there's something there they could target. But yeah, that's going to go into it there. Yep. So once we have this, once again, so we know, and you know, we could kind of come down here and see content security policy, very little CSP, no restrictions on you know, script source or connect source, right? So we know that we can export. So that information there, come over. I'm realizing maybe I need to switch these two and make a little bit more sense, but session tokens do not have HTTP only, right? With this 2-bit of information here, then we know that our step 5, the way that we're going to actually weaponize this in the easy way possible, is use a fetch command to exfiltrate session token. And one of the tests that we did last time, I'll kind of bring this up again, that is very interesting. So let's just, actually, wait, do I already have it? I'm already signed in? I do, yeah, okay. So look, this is the same account. Come over here to personal details. This is the same account. No, we don't want to do that. Just reload this. So something's going on here. This is the same account with 2 completely different session tokens, and now I have 2 completely different first names. I mean, we've gone in on this session token. We've been modifying this all the time. I've had my other valid session. Let's see, and I don't think these match. Let's find out if they match. Where are we at? What am I doing? Storage. I can see right away. These don't match. So we have 2 completely different valid session tokens happening at the same time. We can modify states separately, and those state changes seem to be tied to the individual session. Somehow this hasn't been updated. So again, that as an attacker standpoint, if we steal this token, if we steal their session token, even if they're already logged in, we're going to be able to log in ourselves just because of this. And I wonder, I'm going to copy this. Let's just see what happens if I change this. So now we have both of these that match. Let's hit refresh. And now we get a completely different name. Yeah, so there's your answer. That's what happens if we switch them. So all of this is telling me that client-side injections right here, this is the way to go, you know? And I would maybe even say, I don't know if I have something specifically listed on there, but I would maybe come back in and list something out that says that they're not, you can have two different active sessions, I guess. I don't know if they're invalidating a session when you log out. We could test that as well. But this is a great, great target for client-side injections. We can very clearly show impact. And so let's just go. All right, so if we steal the session token, right? Impact on customer data. Full access to victim's account. Can steal address, payment info, etc. Does it modify our scope the attacker? Obviously we get access to another user's account, but it doesn't really change our scope unless they have an elevation of privileges. So I think only if the victim has greater privileges than we do, and then in parentheses, admin, right? Is there admin functionality? Do we have, if there is admin functionality and we could target an admin with this attack, then very possible that that we would get an increased scope. We'd be able to access some of that functionality. And then the impact on the customer or the company's reputation, right? Well, show that we can steal victims' payment info. Could be a news story. Definitely PCI, DSS. What am I trying to say? I've got the word validation stuck in my head. Violation. There we go. PSS violation. All right, so we've got our first threat. So this tells us everything that we need to know, right? We now know that it is going to be worth our time to go through and test to try to find reflected input to try to get a cross-site scripting, because if we can, we've got a very, very clear path to show impact. So we're starting with the end, we're starting with the impact, we're starting with the attack process, and then we're taking a step back based on the way the application is built. We now know what scope we have to where we need to get the cross-site scripting. It's anywhere on this page here. Right? Or really any other subdomain potentially, just because of the same site lacks, but that would be, more difficult there. And then the CSRF token is also going to come into play where, let's say, edit this as well. I don't think I actually listed that one out right there. Yeah, that's fine. We don't need to keep splitting hairs there. But yeah, the CSRF token would also come into play. So we saw that it's static for quite a bit of time. So we cannot grab the CSRF token. No, it doesn't have HTTP only, right? No, none of them have HTTP only. So we can just grab it from that. If it's the one that's written into the DOM, we can just grab it from the DOM. That's super easy. So yeah, so this is a viable attack path. So now we can map this to real attacks, reflected, stored, though stored probably not as much because of the functionality of the application. So I'm going to be reflected, DOM-based, and client-side prototype pollution. Those are the three that I would test. I would go through now. I would do all my enumeration on every possible page in here, right? There's a ton of stuff and functionality that we haven't tested. And I would try to find anywhere that user-controlled input, ideally from a get parameter, is reflected in the DOM and the output, and try to get that cross-site scripting. So that is, again, an example of how this threat modeling can kind of guide your testing, as opposed to just, well, let me come in here and just run active scan for cross-site scripting all over the place. And what you're hoping is to find a cross-site scripting that's not possible with active scan, because if you find it with active scan or just automated scanners, it's probably already been found, it's already been submitted. So what you're hoping for is to identify the reflected input that doesn't automatically show to be a cross-site scripting, and then you're going to go through and do all this different fuzzing and testing to be able to eventually pop that script. And then when you do, boom, you're done. You've got a full account takeover. All you need to do is find that. So that's the ideal scenario. All right, I'll pause there because I know we got a lot of other things to go through here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything else in here. You said, can I go through my methodology for analyzing cookies? I'm just looking at the cookie flags for the most part. HTTP only and same site being the two main ones that we were looking at. But that's just one of the security controls that we're identifying as part of the Stride threat modeling process. All right, let's see. As a beginner starting out with VDPs, is it recommended to start out with VDPs? But when do you know to stop and get into bug bounty programs? I would use VDPs, Vulnerability Disclosure Program, as a way to get private programs or to build your signal and reputation. So when your signal and reputation gets to where you want, or you get the invites to the private programs you want, stop. Simple as that. Now, I mean, if you want to keep doing it, for the sake of doing it, it depends on what your motivations are, So if your motivation is to more of like a learning and research, where you're learning cross-site scripting and you need some good targets, real world targets to test, then, keep going until you learn. Depends on what your goals are. But yeah, if your goal is to make money, then either get your invite to the private program or get your signal and reputation to where you want it to be, and then stop and move on and invest your time on people that are paying things there. DK45376, potentially. I'm going to say that. And I'm not going to reload this. Decrypt also said, yeah, I would also toggle to a get and see if it accepts a get request. Yeah, if your cross-site scripting goes through a post request, switch it over to a get request and then see if it still works. Sometimes it will, especially with a tech stack like this. If it's a Node backend, it's almost never going to work. We talked about that in the past live stream, because with Node, you have to explicitly say what method is being used when you register the endpoint. Here, we're targeting files directly. Again, I don't know too much about this technology stack, but in my experience, when you're targeting files directly, typically they have to have logic for each method, and if they don't explicitly say it, then you can potentially get a GET request to work where a POST request would work. But it all comes down to the technology stack and the way that the code is written. In cases where there's only one user credentials provided by the program scope, what can be tested in the case for broken access control issues other than unauthenticated checks? Well, I mean, if they give you information into the different roles, I mean, you can try to test those. It depends on what the program has. But yeah, I don't know of any programs like this. If you have a program that only provides you one user account, I would reach out to the company and say, hey, is there any way you could create a second user account so that we can test the trust boundaries across individual user accounts? And then I would also ask, can you provide any guidance on functionality for a higher role if it exists, so that we could go through and test that as well? Obviously, it's going to depend on whether or not the company wants to do it. So yeah, take your time there. So we're going to talk about a CTF there. All right, so one thing that I didn't talk about here that I want to, I got excited and jumped into the spoofing here because I had a specific attack I wanted to talk through, which was this cross-site scripting. Before you start going through and doing this, and I need to build this into the app, I think, into my framework. Before you do a stride threat model, you want to identify what's called the crown jewels and the nightmare scenarios. So the crown jewels are either data or functionality, really. I think that covers everything. That if an attacker were to get access to it, it would have a significant impact on the company. So before you go through and start identifying these threats, you want to very clearly understand what are the crown jewels. What are, if you're able to break into, somebody broke into the Louvre or something. Wasn't that a big news story, right? If you break into the Louvre, what are you going after? Are you going after the gift shop to go steal some, posters of the Mona Lisa, or are you going to go after the Mona Lisa itself? I don't actually know if the Mona Lisa is at the, I think it is. I'm not good at this stuff. I'm from West Virginia, man. Y'all gonna give me a little bit. I'm from the backwoods. I know some stuff. I don't know too much stuff. Anyway. So yeah, what if somebody was able to get unauthorized access to the application? Like what would be the most valuable access, the most valuable data for an attacker? That's going to be your crown jewels, and there's typically going to be 2 or 3, depending on how big the application is. There could be a whole set of them, but you sit down and identify those, and then the nightmare scenarios are what is the worst possible thing that the attacker can do to that crown jewels, right? So if they do get access, what are they going to do? Going back to the museum thing, right? They're stealing it. That's like data. If you got the most valuable data in there, you can steal it. So you want to make sure that you identify those before you start walking through these, because all of these threat model items are going to be pointing back to one of those crown jewels and nightmare scenarios, and you're going to include that in your report. So for this one here, right? We're looking to read the payment method. So one of the crown jewels that I would absolutely say, and we did talk through this a little bit, was the payment card information that users can store, right? This payment and address right here. If you can get the full credit card information, expiration, all that type of stuff, then that's going to be very, very impactful. So I would list that as a crown jewels. Now, one mistake that I do see people make with this when they're looking at crown jewels initially is a lot of times they'll just say, getting access to a user account is the crown jewels. But no, that's a means to an end. So getting access to a user account is we're talking about here, so we can steal their session token. We don't care if we can just log in. If we're attackers and we're trying to make money or if we just log in and sit there, it doesn't matter. So it's ultimately we're trying to get access to that sensitive data leveraging this stolen session. So the crown jewels here, and again, I definitely need to put this in the framework. The crown jewels here would be the payment card information for an individual user. And the nightmare scenario would be someone steals it and is able to make fraudulent charges, in my opinion. And again, this is where you're just building up the attack. So all of this together, I'm sure, I would hope, the report that we would submit is very clear if we're able to do this. All we need to do is get that cross-site scripting. It's going to be really easy to say, hey, you send this request and it executes the JavaScript here. We do a fetch, it goes to this server, we steal the cookie, we log in, we navigate over, we can get the payment card information, and then we use that to make fraudulent charges. That in a report, if you can show that you can do that, there is no situation where they would kick that back and say not applicable. There's a very clear impact there, and we know that is, and we know it's all possible. So now all the time that we're spending trying to get cross-site scripting on these different endpoints and these different pages, there's value to that. There's a potential really high return on investment. We still may not find a cross-site scripting, but that's fine. At least we know that we have put the luck more on our side. We're starting to count cards a little more. We've got a much greater chance of having a real vulnerability, as opposed to if we just go through and test, we might have found out that the content security policy and the cookie flags and all that makes all of this impossible, but we still spent those 3-4 days trying to find a successful cross-site scripting in the first place. Then once we get it, we find out there's no point. We submit it. It comes back and goes informational or not applicable because they're like, well, there's no impact here. And that sucks. You just wasted like 3 or 4 days. So it's all about that return on investment. It's all about getting those numbers on our side, counting cards, and this is how we know that we can do it. I said, Arson, I have a CTF coming up, and the details are Jeopardy-style format. Domains include web exploitation, cryptography stuff. How do you prepare for it? It's a very open-ended question. I don't know. I mean, again, like, hack the box challenges, I think, is my answer. I would go on Hack the Box. I would sign up for an account. And Hack the Box has challenges in all those domains: low cryptography, web exploitation, digital forensics. Study. Yeah, it's I mean, it's you're basically asking how do you prepare for 5 different career paths, basically. So, but yeah, I think the Hack the Box challenges would probably be a good one because they do have challenges in most of those domains there. I think that'll be good. All right, so let's go ahead and come through. We're already hitting 4 hours and 6 minutes. I think I'm kind of running up on the energy that I have for today. Definitely feeling it a little bit. So let's wrap up by looking at the checkout process, and let's find what aspect of the Strive model here is going to be most valuable. So again, I'll open it up to the chat at first. If anybody wants to throw out their thoughts for it, we can target this with either spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure. We can do a denial of service, or we can get an elevation of privileges. So looking at this checkout mechanism, which of these Stride items do you think would be most applicable to this? And I certainly know what I'm thinking, but I want to give it to the chat for a minute. Hey, thank you. I mean, I appreciate you liking it, man. I've been talking to myself for over 4 hours. I'm getting tired, but I'm gonna do a lot of these. I'm enjoying doing the threat models here. One more hour, we'll see. We'll see. I'll see if I can hold out for 5 hours. I'll do my best. I always like to do a little open Q&A at the end too. So, but let's get on this here. So, like I said, anybody in the chat want to tell me out of spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevation of privileges, which one do you think? Yeah, in Twitch, tampering, 100%. I completely agree. I think tampering out of all these is the most likely one that we're going to use. Tampering, right? We are modifying the data within the database to data that should not be able to be modified, or modifying it in a way that it should not be able to be modified or altered. And the end result of that is that the application behaves in a different way than it intended to. IDORs, asking for IDORs again. I have 10 hours. Three parts on IDORs. All right, so how would this work? So let's go ahead and build it out here. So first of all, if you remember, and let's actually here, before we do this, let's come over to our mechanisms. We have our request here to add items to the cart, and included in this, I will fix the DOM here at some point. Included in this is an item quantity. This is the piece that I'm thinking about targeting. All right, so if we come back over here, and I should have this listed over here as well. Yeah, right here. So here's the actual request that's going in here. So let's copy the URL first. Tampering. Now the mechanism is going to be adding the items to cart. The object that we're targeting is our cart object. I think it might be for all. Yeah, because when we saw those listed, let me actually see here. No, that's not the right one. When we saw it listed, I think I have it in the objects, right? I think I have that in the cart object. I'll come back to this in a minute. I think it'll save that. Is there an item quantity, item sequence, maybe? All right, for the sake of time, we're going to assume that the number of items that are stored in the cart is within that that object there. The other thing that it might be is they might have, no, there's no way, because if you can add 100, it's not going to list 100 individual objects. I wouldn't think. If they did, then we move over towards denial of service a little bit. So, all right, so we're targeting the add to cart mechanism. There's really not going to be any security controls for this because there's no, crazy payloads or anything that we're sending necessarily. I mean, server-side validation is maybe the only thing that I would think of, which we didn't document anything on. But so the attack that is in my mind, let me come back over and find the payload here, is we send this request and it essentially creates a cart object with this ID value. Now, one of the values in here is item quantity. So the tampering that I would do is if I send -1, is that going to allow me, is it going to actually submit as -1 and is it going to make negative price? If I send like 9999999, or if it's, maybe -1 is blocked, but then there's, we can do a string and the string, oh, well, that wouldn't really, JSON would make a little bit more sense with that. So that's not going to work there. Anyway, kind of thinking out loud, but this is the tampering. I'm like, can we get a value in this item quantity that would cause the application to make an adjustment on the price to where we're essentially getting things for free? That's that's the main point. Prod by Todd, you said is the mechanism feature. Yeah, the whole Stride threat model. If you're talking about my framework, yeah, this whole Stride threat model piece, this is all in the new release of the framework there. So, yeah, so the steps to actually test this, very simple. So add an item to cart with X number with X quantity, I guess is the best way to say it there. Capture HTTP request in burp. Can't type. Modify the item quantity value to be unexpected input. Negative, huge number, string, null, object, etc. Right? Just throw a whole bunch of different things at it, and then ideally, see the final price convert to negative. Again, there's no security controls that are really going to be on there. So there is, what's the impact to customer data? None, right? We're not getting in that. So this is where it'd be much less impactful, much lower criticality than if we were doing spoofing over here and we were able to actually get that cross-site scripting and target the customer, get the payment card information, right? No real impact to customer data, no real impact to customer scope, and company reputation, right? So if this gets out, right, it's essentially going to cost the company money, social media posts, etc. Not going to be a huge impact. I think maybe a good example of this is if y'all remember the Chase thing that went viral. This is where like costing companies money now is it can have a little bit more impact just because things can go viral on like TikTok and social media. But if you remember, somebody figured out like, and it wasn't even, I think you just like deposited a check and claim that it had X amount of money, and then like they would go ahead and give you the money. I don't remember exactly how that thing worked, but yeah, I mean, that's really what you're targeting. You're going to cost the company money. It's honestly fairly low impact. So, you kind of take that for what it is, but it's 100% a valid test that we should do. So once you start to fill these out and you start to get several different threats and map them over to several different possible attack techniques, then you'll be able to come back in and based on the information you have here for what the impact is going to be, you'll be able to prioritize your testing based on impact. So the highest impact, that's the one you want to focus on first, and then you kind of keep working your way down from there. Oh, you saw the automation video. Yeah, I'm glad it was helpful. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Cyber Nerd Dante, I think. I like that name. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so glad that everything is working there. Yeah, you said in the chat, in the Twitch chat, try a -1 string. Absolutely. Should be expecting an integer. Yeah, and you mentioned that as well. If we get a 500, then perhaps we have a SQL injection also. Yeah, 100%. And we haven't even started talking about database injections and everything as well. So that would be another one that we could potentially list here on tampering is, can we get a SQL injection that's going through here? And then now all of a sudden, these impacts get much higher because if, again, we can target other users, we can access other data that's going to be in there. And that's a great call out too, where you say you get a 500 response first, going back to what we said before, break the application, figure out why it broke, and then weaponize the break. So if you get a 500 response, you know that something has gone wrong that the developers didn't plan. If it happens because you send a single quote or a double quote or a backslash or one of those characters, it could be because the user controlled input's being directly put into the SQL query. And so it could be a sign of a SQL injection. It could be that they're testing a regex or they're trying to process a string and it got converted into an integer or something else. There's a lot of different reasons that we could get a 500 response, but if you can figure out why, then you can go and potentially weaponize that break there. Yeah, the Chase Bank. Yeah, Chase Bank was that was a wild news story there. So, okay, we're 4 hours and 15 minutes in. I think this kind of highlights what I wanted to show with Stride threat modeling from beginning to end. If there are any other threats that anybody wants us to walk through, any other specific mechanisms that we want to look at, I'm happy to do that now. I'll kind of open up to the chat if anything wants to see. Thank you. I'm so glad the stream is helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that. What's my X handle? I think I did an arson security one, but yeah, I need to get X. I don't know. There's a lot of social media things that I need to do. Historically, I haven't done a lot of social media. I have LinkedIn, and then, that's really the only one that I do, but I really need to get X. I know there's a lot of people that are on there. I haven't not been on it for any reason. I know there's different, like all all throughout the history of X, there's been different people that had opinions on it for many different reasons. I've never had a strong opinion on X. You know, I never felt like I had, especially before I started bug bounty hunting, I never really felt like I had anything to say that anybody needed to hear. Now I could see using it to disseminate information and everything, but that was the only reason I never got it. I just honestly never understood why, you know, it was so appealing. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Yeah, Cyber Samurai. Yeah, so this is all going to be available for everyone that wants it there. Okay, so yeah, like I said, I mean, I'll open it up. If there's anything else related to Stride threat modeling or the application that we've been looking at, I'm happy to go through for that. If anybody has any other, you know, wide open bug bounty hunting questions, let me know. While possibly some people are typing those in, I will just say once again that within the next few days, for all of my YouTube members, I'm going to have a very comprehensive video. I mean, it's going to be probably at least 3 hours, if not 4, walking through this Stride threat modeling process in incredible detail. Incredible is like patting myself on the back. That's silly, but a lot of detail, right? I really sat down and, you know, we have a great slide deck in the beginning that goes through the whole process. This is the exact type of content that I used to create, or presentations and things that I would create when I was running a security team. You know, this is what I would build this kind of training for my, you know, security team to kind of teach them how to do it. And I want to provide it to everybody there. So it'll be available for the members. I have said that, like, after some time, I think just because I think the information in there is so valuable, I will probably open it up to everybody, make it a public video. But at least initially, for the first several months, I'm going to keep it as a members only video, because it's this video, I've spent a lot of time on it, and it's really my way of saying thank you for everybody that has joined as a member on YouTube, even though I'm still building out the content for it, right? Like, the main value add is those members only videos. And there's a lot of people that have signed up for a membership early in my journey here because they trust that I'm going to go and provide them the value back. And so again, this is really a thank you to especially those that signed up, you know, immediately when they came out. So yeah, let's see. I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything here. Cyber Nerd Dante, you said, if you have time to talk about this, what is the coolest business logic condition you found that you can vaguely talk about? The coolest one. I don't know about. I know the one that comes to mind was actually on the Mars VDP. And I guess I'm pretty sure it's been fixed. I think I can say it now, but it was, I don't think the exploit itself was too interesting, and I've got to remember all the details for it, but just what happened, the way that we got there was really cool. So I guess I can kind of tell that story. So again, I was hired. So I spent a little over a year doing full-time bug bounty hunting, as well as I had my own LLC. I have a new one now. I eventually dissolved that company and created a new company, but I did some freelancing and stuff with that. Essentially just working for myself, which is what I've moved in now that I'm basically trying to do again. While I was doing that, I ended up being contacted and hired to build the application security program for Flowcast. It's they still exist right now. It was accounting software, still is accounting software. It was a startup based out of California. And yeah, it brought me in to basically kind of build out that AppSec program. We grew the team from like 8 people to 18 people. It was great. It was a lot of fun. And it was an incredible team. It's like, it really was the highlight of my career, you know, being there. And I loved working with everybody there. But we, you know, basically the program that I pitched to the CTO and to the director of security and everything was having bug bounties is like the backbone of the program. And I really said that, like, I don't want to come and take a corporate job and go and do this unless, you know, everybody's bought in on what I want to build. And it was really like the HackerOne, the public program, was the backbone. And that was really the impetus for me starting YouTube. You know, when I originally started YouTube, my goal was to provide information to our bug bounty hunters to basically show them how to test in the way that we wanted them to test. I thought that was just such a cool idea to be like, hey, I know what I want. That's why I did IDORs and access controls. We were having a lot of trouble identifying IDORs and access controls through automation because our access controls were so complex in the application. So I was like, well, let me teach people how to do it. We'll put it out there on YouTube and do live streams and show them how to come test, and they can help us and we can pay them. And it's a win-win for everybody, which is what I think that is. So after a while, we hired on several people. I hired on some junior engineers and started teaching them. We'd have sessions like this all the time. That's really where I started learning how to do what I do in these live streams. Is I would do it as private sessions for the guys on my team or anything else. And then also, and I'm super proud of this because it was wildly successful, and I can't recommend this enough. I was able to find a couple people, one person in particular that's incredible, that were developers, that were experienced developers on the application that also had an interest in security and a really keen mind for security and everything. And so I brought them over, and and obviously like they wanted to, so I went and talked to them, said, "Do you want to learn security and everything?" And so they understood our application, they understood the way that our tech stack worked and everything else, which I didn't have that historical context. And I said, "We come over here, I'll teach you the offensive side, I'll teach you the security side," and that's exactly what we did. So we did a very intensive training for the first year, and then after that, we started doing group bug bounty hunting sessions. And that was really where I started to work a lot as a team and see the value of team bug bounty hunting and the value of having like blue team and red team people, right? Where you have blue team people like these developers that understand the way application works and how things fail, that they can provide that value while the attackers provide the other value. So I'm bringing it all back around, I promise. The most interesting business logic one that we found is we were on a group hunting session and we were testing a mechanism, essentially a free voucher for an item that you could get from this system. And it was kind of similar to this, right? It was, you basically got a free voucher for this like really expensive pet food. It was like when you first created an account, you could do it. And so we wanted to see if we could get an infinite number of those vouchers, different vouchers, to actually go and use them. And so you had all these different attack people that were like experts, and me kind of leading, and all these people that were like experts in hacking and everything. And we couldn't figure out a way to do it. And we were like, just testing everything, but we were approaching it from an attacker mindset. And the guy who was a developer that I brought over, that again, he ended up being an incredible security engineer. As far as I know, he's still on the team there. He just out of nowhere goes, "I got it." And I was like, "What?" And because he had seen a similar pattern before in this completely other value. And again, I don't remember all the exact specifics, but there was an additional check that was made that was based on this standardized library that they were using on the back end that he just knew because he saw the parameter that related. He knew that if he changed that, they were probably checking that as opposed to checking the pieces that we thought. And so he was able to get, after being on the team for probably 6 or 7 months, he was able to get and submit, I helped him submit it, a critical finding on this after bug bounty hunting with us for essentially, a few, weeks, basically. It was just brand new to do it. And that was, first of all, it was incredible because I could see how excited he was because he had always wanted to do it. And then like, boom, like everything connected. And I could see him get that confidence, like, oh, I can do it. It goes from like him saying I could never do bug bounty hunting to like, oh, I actually, because I'm a developer, I have knowledge to do that and a lot of value and everything here. So that was probably one of the coolest business logic moments that I can think of. Again, the exploit itself was not crazy, but it's something that if he'd been a developer for 15 years and it was just some obscure thing that he had run into that he knew about, and was able to exploit it and get his first critical vulnerability, got a ton of invites to private programs. 6 months later, he's sending me over all these valid things, all these money that he's making. So, I love that. And he's such a great person too. I don't know if he'll ever see this or not, but, I was so happy for him too and everything. So, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's what kind of comes to mind. So good. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that from Tunisia. That's awesome. One of the things I love about this too is the fact that I can connect with people all over the world and provide value to people all over the world. I just think that's very cool. It's such a unique opportunity. So by the way, Arson, what's your experience with HackerOne analysis? Like the managed by HackerOne? Port abuser, is that what you're talking about? because I have close personal, the triagers, yeah. I have close personal friends that do that. I have a few of my close friends are working over at HackerOne there. So I, there's a mixed bag. Gosh, I don't want to say like, because I'm thinking about like I would have something a little bit stronger to say about Synac. I've had some very bad experiences with Synac triagers compared to HackerOne. There's always going to be a mixed bag with the triagers. I would say that I have seen instances where individuals, let me be very careful about what I say. I have had personal experiences where my vulnerabilities were listed as not applicable when I felt very strongly that they should not be not applicable, and I felt very strongly that the triager lacked context and knowledge that would have helped them understand the risk. And as a result of that, I was able to, well, first of all, it makes me angry. And so when I get angry, I go and try and, I'll dig into that and try and find it. And there have been a few times where I have been able to take what would have been probably like a $500 bounty payout, like something small, and they've kicked it back. And I have later been able to escalate that to a higher, a critical, and resulted in a much bigger payout for the company. And so that, take that for what it is. But I think that's not good for anybody when it happens. I think that they're definitely trying their best. I don't think that there's anybody that's doing anything nefarious. People have talked about, maybe a triager like kicks one back and says no, and then goes and submits it themselves and kind of does something. I haven't seen any evidence of that on HackerOne, to be clear. And I say HackerOne specifically because I do think I've seen evidence of that on other platforms, and that's all I'm going to say about it. But yeah, so I mean, overall, there's some incredibly talented triagers. I know them. I know some incredibly talented triagers. Yeah, I think HackerOne probably has the best out of any of them, to be honest. But that's what happens. Yeah, when you get, yeah, exactly. So yeah, I get angry, and then I'm like, okay, well, this is all I'm doing for the, they said, oh, this IDOR has no impact. Okay, well, I'm going to come back and show you where I've got all your admin data then, and we're going to have a different conversation, And again, and that has happened. My first real big bounty that I found, I've told this story before, but it was an IDOR that they came back and claimed as a HackerOne triager. This was a long time ago. It was like 2019. They came back and said there was no way to exploit it because you wouldn't be able to find the ID value. And then because I had just had 2 user accounts, and so I was just grabbing the ID value for one. It was like, yeah, but one user can only see their own ID values. Well, that application was tied to a separate subdomain that had a forum, and they were essentially like your accounts on the main page were the same accounts you would use for the forum. It was almost like a little OAuth or an SSO thing. You would sign into the page, and then you would go over, and your session would still be active in there. And in the forum, you could see if people worked for the company, if they were admin, anything like that. And within the DOM, you had the code there. So I was able to use that and get access to a bunch of admin stuff, specifically some debug scripts that had like some secret JavaScript functionality, and I was able to tear everything up. So that was an IDOR that initially I was just showing them that I could access some random data, probably would have been a couple $100. I ended up getting 10,000 for it. And that was what really kind of, I got bug bounties, got his claws into me. I'd only been testing for about 8 months, and I just got super lucky with that. And I happened to have some free time and just dug into it. And after that, I've always kind of been, chasing that feeling, but it felt good. It felt good. All right, what else do we have here? If anyone hunts on BugCrowd, the Teapot AI triager was causing problems for a lot of people. You essentially had to, oh geez, yeah, I haven't heard about that. I know that, BugCrowd, I don't test a ton on BugCrowd anymore. I have a couple of programs I still like. I'm going to start doing it a lot more. Again, like I said, I've got new accounts on all the platforms, so I'm going to give them all a try again. But again, I've heard good things about Yes We Hack. I'm looking forward to try that. And check out CyberBay too. Nobody talks about CyberBay. It's a new one based out of Hong Kong that I actually worked with them for a little while. They wanted they reached out to me and wanted some feedback and got me in their actual Slack and everything. They're very nice people. They're, some of the things that they were doing I really liked. Like one of the things that they were doing is that they were trying to find a way to uh, give people small payouts even if they submit a duplicate. So like you won't just get nothing, right? Like you won't get the full payout, but like you might get just like $100 as a duplicate, whereas the final one was like $500 or something like that. It really seemed like the people that were founding that had been researchers and understood some of the pains, and they were trying to solve it. I don't know where they've landed now. This was about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, but yeah, it's something cool to check out there. So are there people living out of bug bounty hunting, right? So living off bug bounty hunting, there are. It's difficult. It's right, like it's and it depends on how much you need to live, of course, obviously. But for me, bug bounties have always been a path, to other ends, whether it's, getting a full-time job and a career, or whether it's, building up evidence that you can test so that you can point to that when you're trying to sell penetration testing and other services through your own company. Bug bounty hunting has always been a means to an end. For me, I've never just exclusively done bug bounties. I've always done like freelance consulting or something else on the side as well. Because it's, I don't know. I mean, some people definitely can. I know some people that can. Typically, the people that can, they end up making a ton of money. Like it's somebody that like makes $1 million in a year. I was like, there's big discrepancies, but they're few and far between. I always tell people like, don't go into bug bounties expecting to get, start making like $200,000-$300,000 overnight. Like, I mean, there's some people that will never get that, and it just depends. It depends on what techniques you do and everything else. But using bug bounties as a way to learn web application security and to build up your resume and to prove that you have the ability to do real world testing, which is what jobs are going to be looking for, and using that as a small piece, also going and building out public open source tools that you can show that you can build automation, all that stuff on a resume puts you miles ahead of other people. So that's the real value from it. And getting a job, especially if you're in the United States, getting a job in application security, making $150,000, $200,000, $250,000 a year, depending on your level, that's very realistic, very doable. And using bug bounties to do that is very possible. So it's going to be a little bit until I can do this. This is one of the other big videos that I'm planning, but I do, and it will be a public video, not a members only video. I am doing a public only video that is essentially a 2026 roadmap to building a career in application security, and building a career in application security by spending as little money as possible, essentially, and ideally making money while you do that. And it's really just kind of outlining what I've been able to do, because I mean, I think a lot of people know this, but for anybody that doesn't, I'm a high school dropout. I dropped out of high school. I moved out of my house, when I was very young, and went and got my GED and went and did all that. So, and then I joined the Army, so I've had a very unique path, career path. And I think that I've learned a lot from that. And I think I can really lay out a really clear roadmap to say, use bug bounties doing this, use GitHub and open source projects in this way. Here's how you can build up your soft skills. Here's all these different free resources and free process and free things to where you can potentially earn money. You can show employers that you have the ability, you have the skills that you need, you have the ability to do the job. And then kind of lead that into potentially doing certifications and everything else. But I'm really excited about that. And especially because I think a lot of people know this too, but I'm an Army veteran, right? I got stuff back there. I'm medically retired from the Army back in 2016. And, I was med boarded, what's called med boarded, which is you're basically removed for a medical reason. And I wanted to do 20 years in the Army. I wanted to stay there my whole time. And so, kind of being forced out and everything, or, for the medical retirement, I had a very challenging transition, you know, and I think it's challenging for everybody, right? When you join the military, especially in the United States, but I think it's this way in a lot of places, you know, it's almost, they like break you down and build you up into another human being, and you kind of change everything. And they make you into a soldier, they make you into who you need to be. It sticks more for some people than for others. But then when you're getting out, they don't do a lot to reverse that process. You know, they put you through a couple classes, things, I forget what it's called now, you know, teach you how to do a resume and everything, but they really don't change that. And so you get a huge amount of culture shock when you leave the military. It's really like, you know, going into the civilian world, it's, you know, you don't fit in. The number of times I said something that I thought would be completely normal and then just looked around to a sea of horrified faces in my company, you know, and like ended up in trouble, you know, have something. So anyway, all that is to say, I'm very passionate about providing resources also that will help, you know, kind of specifically veterans that are transitioning, but also just anybody that's like looking for, maybe doesn't feel like the traditional education and you know, career paths and everything are working for them. Definitely never did for me. If you can't tell, I have a lot of energy. I don't like to just sit in one place, right? I don't I don't even have a chair here, at least that I use most of the time. So the traditional United States education system, the schools and everything never really worked for me. You know, and so yeah, I mean, I'm just really passionate about that, and I want to provide an avenue for either veterans that are transitioning. I would love, I mean, if just, I mean, I've known so many people that have struggled. I know so many people that have, unfortunately, you know, gotten to the point where they were entertaining thoughts of, you know, I don't know what the right word is to say on social media, but you know, no longer being alive, let's say, for whatever. Obviously, alcoholism is a big thing. I know a lot of friends that were incredible soldiers and then, you know, went out into the civilian world and ended up diving into a bottle and never crawled out, and things like that. So if I could provide a roadmap and a path that has worked for me that could work for some other people, that would help them avoid those worst case scenarios in the transition or anything, that would be very, very meaningful for me. So anyway, sorry, I kind of went down it went down a different path there, but all right, let me see. Can I try bug bounty or VDP after the Port Swigger Academy? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, again, I say like you should be hunting and learning at the same time. Always be hunting and learning at the same time. Yeah, that's like I always say, just start day one. Would I recommend finishing the Port Swigger labs before starting? No. I mean, yeah, go like do them at the same time. But you want to start seeing what real world applications are like, so that you know, because it's, you know, all these different security controls and everything. I would say go learn one vulnerability, and then go in and test it in a bunch of different types of applications and see where they're different, right? See you know, see how it differs from the labs and everything. If you can't tell, I'm starting to get tired there. We're getting close to the 5-hour mark here. Check out the Critical Thinking guys. Yeah, a lot of full-time hosts. Yes, the Critical Thinking podcast, phenomenal. I cannot recommend it enough. They are a great group there. Can I take this field to a full-time? Yeah, again, like you can definitely use bug bounty hunting as a way to pivot into a full-time job. That's only one small sliver of it, though. The big piece that people miss about application security, if you want a job in application security, you need to be able to sell. You need to be able to, soft skills, your ability to speak, your ability to articulate the real risk of a vulnerability, your ability, like vocal IQ is very, very important. You're going to have to sell the company, the engineering org, everything on your vulnerabilities and on the things that you find, because you're always going to be in a state of competing with time and resources. You know, most companies, they want to entirely focus on generating revenue and building it, and you are a counterbalance to that. So if you just go and say, here, I popped an alert, it's the same thing with the bug bounty program, where they'll, you know, it's worse than a bug bounty program. They look at that and go, I don't give a shit if you can, sorry, I should, but that's what they'll say. I don't care if you could pop alert, this doesn't mean anything to me. So you've got to be able to very clearly and simply articulate, here's how an attacker can use this, here's how it would affect us, our reputation, everything. So that's why, again, I think learning blue teaming is why it's so valuable for bug bounty hunting. I think people just focus on the offense side. But yeah, AppSec, soft skills are very, very important. And a great YouTube channel for that if you want some free content. So Chris Voss and the Black Swan Group here. Hopefully it's not going to start automatically playing anything. I've watched pretty much every single one of these videos. I really, really like them. Chris Voss, yeah, he's got a great book as well. Chris Voss, I don't know how many people know about this, especially overseas, but there was a very famous incident in Waco, Texas, where essentially there was a group that was like barricaded in there, and there was a big thing. And anyway, so he was the lead negotiator on the Waco, Texas thing. And so he has all these different videos that teach you how to shape your sentences and shape your words and everything that you're saying in an effective way. You know, and it's not manipulation, not anything else. It's just being able to articulate what you want to articulate and say what you want to say in a way that is taken the way you want to say it. And then ultimately you get down to finding win-win scenarios. And he's really good at this, at identifying where you can find win-win scenarios with people. That's what the hostage negotiation and everything is, right? You want to find a compromise, a win-win scenario. And, again, bug bounties are a win-win scenario. The company, gets valid reports that are coming in. They get to pay for results as opposed to pay for effort. And for the bug bounty researchers, you get an opportunity to have a side hustle, to do testing on real applications, to learn from it, right? So that's an example of a win-win scenario. This is a great one there that I definitely recommend. All right, what else do we have here? What's your opinion on SOTA models? SOTA AI models? I don't know if I'm familiar with that. Maybe I just don't know the... Oh, just state of the art, like the leading... Yeah, I didn't think about that as the acronym. State of the art AI models. I don't know. I mean, I guess in what context? Yeah, in what context? For pen testing, are you talking about using them to aid in your bug bounty hunting? Or are you talking about attacking them specifically? Because I definitely use, yes. Is that to the first one? Is that using them in your bug bounty hunting? Because anything? Yeah, so I definitely have a members only video that shows the 3 ways that I use AI the most. And I think it's a double-edged sword. I think that it can be very, very helpful in certain cases. And I think that it will always tell you that your vulnerability is critical. It will always tell you that you should report it. It will, so definitely take everything it says if you're trying to do help build a report and everything, take it all with a grain of salt. It'll throw in a bunch of extra crap in there. But super, super useful for some things. I use it a lot for summarizing, I think, more than anything there. And then attacking it. Look, one of the big videos, it's going to be a public video that I'm coming up in a bit, is I'm going to go through all of the 10 OWASP top 10 for LLMs. It's going to be a whole super long video series on bug bounty hunting for AI vulnerabilities. And that's not just targeting the models themselves. That's going to be looking at supply chain vulnerabilities, looking at the infrastructure, things like AWS SageMaker, how you can find SageMaker notebooks that are external facing, how you can find and trigger training jobs, how you can attack the model repositories there, all that type of stuff. So I think there's a huge amount of untapped potential when it comes to pen testing for AI. I mean, I think that's where it's going. Web applications are, in my opinion, moving to, it's a string of API calls between AI models and then databases and RAG systems. If you're not, a RAG system is how an AI model gets context. So it'll be able to make HTTP requests on the back end to an API or search the web, do whatever, and get that stuff. So, all right, let's see. Oh, so said you're going into the Army next week. That's awesome. What, I don't know, hopefully you're still here. What's your MOS? If you're going in there, yeah, let me know what your MOS is going to be. I know that they changed it. Back then, I was a 25 Bravo, which back then we didn't have any cybersecurity MOS. I think they do now. I think it's like a 30 series or something. But said you're going into the Army next week. Can you recommend a book for teaching OAuth? Dude, I would just print the RFC. if you can take that in there and find something. Yeah, I don't know of a specific book on OAuth. The main book, if you're looking for a book to take with you to basic, and I assume you can, this, and I don't know if they have a new version of it, but this is like the traditional, I assume everybody can see this is the, you know, kind of gold standard that most people start with. Yeah, the web application hacker's handbook. This is the second edition. You can see mine is quite old and used and kind of tabbed and everything out there. I don't know if they have a newer version, but yeah, I would definitely, this will cover OAuth as well. But yeah, I would take this with you. You're gonna have some time too. You will be hurrying up and waiting for a while, man. But best of luck. Best of luck. That is fantastic. I loved basic training, by the way. I really had a blast. I know I went in late. I joined the Army when I was a little older. Yeah, and you know, I mean, there's crappy stuff as part of it, but man, you get to do some fun stuff. I mean, I got to shoot a decommissioned tank with a rocket launcher. Only 2 people in our unit got to do it. I was the standard bearer. I got to be one of the ones to do it. How many people can say that? That's a fun thing to do. All right. I want to see, are there any other, like I say, I'll hang on. We're going to get close to the 5-hour one here. I want to see if I'm missing any other chats here. I think we're looking good. I'll open it up. Any, like, if I missed any questions that y'all want to make sure I answer before. Oh yeah. Algernon might be a little bit different. Yeah, sorry. But still, hey, still going to be a great experience, I'm sure. Is it mandatory in Algeria? I know some countries have it mandatory, some don't. I was stationed in Korea for a year, got to work with the Katusas and the Rock Army and everything there, which was a great experience. And oh my gosh, is the food good in Korea? Man, we used to go this place called every Friday. We'd go to the gym. I used to do now I still work out, but back then I was like, I wanted to be an amateur bodybuilder type of, I mean, we just went to the gym all the time. And then we would go to this place called Dino Meat in Pyeongtaek, which was right outside of Camp Humphreys. And it was an all-you-can-eat place. Back then, it cost 13,000 won to get all you can eat, which is about $13. And, you know, they bring you drink soju and everything too. But it's, I mean, steak, shrimp, chicken, pork, everything that you think of. You cook it in front of you. You got the sumjum and the gochujang, and you make the little bombs with the meat and the lettuce and everything. And oh my gosh, this is so good. I'm hungry. Yeah, D-Day 52. Yeah, do I have a video on IDOR? Yeah, so I have part 1, 2, and 3. Bug bounty hunting for IDORs and access controls. Here, I'll bring my YouTube up here. Hey, that's what we're looking at right now. Go by the popular ones here. So yeah, here's part 1 of the series. And then part 2 is right there, and then part 3 is right there. So you can see some of the ones that have come in there. So yeah, I mean, it's, you know, what is it? 1, 2, maybe it's, 4 hours there, 5, 6, 7, so 8 hours kind of all together. That's back when I didn't have any hair, you know, but now I have hair because if anyone wants to know why I'm growing my hair out, by the way, my hairline is receding because I'm getting older, but it's not receding evenly. It's receding more on this side than it is on this side. And so it's, when I have my hair buzzed, which I did for many years, it started to be really obvious. It's like crooked. It's not good, man. So that's why I'm growing my hair out. But then I grew it out a little bit, and then I just kind of got too lazy to cut it. And now I'm just curious to see where it goes from here. So, all right. Yeah, decrypt. Yeah. No, I shot the actual AT. But yeah, so the AT4, we had 2 of them. So it's on heavy weapons day. You do, I don't know if they still do this, but you do heavy weapons day. You go out, so you shoot a saw, you shoot a 249, you know, all those types of different stuff. You shoot a 50 cal for a little bit. And then we had 2 rounds that you would go and again, they chose people to do it. So I was the standard bearer for our platoon, or for our company rather, which was it company? Yeah, company. Yeah. Gosh, it's been so long. Well, it's basically the person who holds the flag, right? So you're like up in the front of the formation doing that. And it's a place of honor, right? Like I did really good on my PT test, did really good on my shooting, had been really squared away through most of basic training. So yeah, they let me, and then there was a young woman that got to shoot it as well, which was in my squad, by the way. Our squad was killing it. Squad's like, I think it was 7 or 8 people. Our squad was like one of the best. Yeah, she was like one of the best soldiers we had in the company. She got to fire one too. So, oh yeah. So you said it in the service is mandatory for 1 year. Yeah, I know that's common in a lot of places. So Korea was 2. I remember Korea was 2. But then you could also do like cops, firefighters. There's a lot of other stuff you could do outside of police in Korea, or I mean outside of the army, which is, you can always tell if a cop cares or not in Korea. Because it's either somebody who's a career cop, and so like they're in their 40s and jacked and you don't want to screw with them at all. They take zero nonsense. Or it's like a 20-year-old kid who's just doing his time, could not care at all. So you can get a real quick size up, be like, does this cop actually care or not? Oh yeah, no, you're good, man. You're good. Yeah, I was trying to remember too who said that. I was like, is it AT4? But it's been so long. Do I play video games? No, I mean, this is kind of my video games. I did when I was younger. I like VR games. So I had the beta version of the Oculus a long time ago, the developer version. I got it like super early, and I got into a game called Echo Arena, which was, if you've ever read the book Ender's Game or seen that movie, it's a very similar type of thing. Like you're like floating through zero gravity. It's like 3-on-3. You're like throwing a disc through a hoop. But I had a lot of fun with that. When I was younger, EverQuest, I loved EverQuest, played it for a long time. That's, I'm dating myself here because that was back when it was brand new. I started playing it. Before that, StarCraft, the first StarCraft, doing like the StarCraft tower defenses or whatever, that type of stuff. But yeah. We're testing the Mars one right now. I'm new here, started learning cybersecurity by Portswigger. Any advice from my learning journey? Yeah, I mean, it's, that I've there's a lot of things that I could say there. I'll go back to what I said in the beginning. Don't focus on injection testing. Don't do the same thing that everybody else is doing. Focus on logic vulnerabilities. You need to focus on where the vulnerabilities are going. Injection testing is just too easy to do automated testing and everything. And again, go back, watch the beginning of this. I'd definitely go through here. All right. We're at 4 hours and 52 minutes. I didn't plan to do it that long, but actually this has been a lot of fun. Y'all have been great. I really appreciate y'all have been, jumping in with all these questions and comments and everything. It's made this kind of fly by for me. So hopefully same for y'all. Hopefully y'all have enjoyed it. Anything that we want to talk about last minute before I go ahead and call it a day? Anything at all? And my poor puppy here is now, very clearly begging me, wanting to go out for a WALK. So I'll probably do that. Can I have some kisses? Yes, thank you for the kisses. Who's a good boy? Yeah, see all the hearts you're getting, Bubba? Those are hearts for you. Yes, he's my buddy. I got this guy, I adopted him from Austin Pets Alive, which is a no-kill shelter in Austin, right before the pandemic. It was November before the pandemic. And so me and this guy ended up locked in a apartment in downtown Austin for quite a long time. And we bonded a lot. And he's my bestest little friend. All right. Hey, thank you all so much. Absolutely fantastic. I'm so glad there's some good stuff in here. I will get the recording onto YouTube as quickly as possible. Outside of that, okay, real quick, what would the top 5 bug class be that you recommend starting someone? IDORs and access controls. OAuth is really good. Learn OAuth, authentication. Any type of account takeovers based on the logic of the vulnerability. I do think DOM-based cross-site scripting and client-side prototype pollution are still very applicable now, but focus on finding the ones that other people can't find. Get into stuff, web cache poisoning. Once you start getting client-side injections, web cache poisoning can be incredibly powerful to show impact. This video is longer than basic training, exactly. Oh man. All right, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate it. Y'all are awesome. I'll get this video up as soon as possible. Again, the members only video with doing a deep dive into the stride threat modeling is going to be coming out as soon as I can. I'm hoping tomorrow or the next day, Monday at the absolute latest. Hop on the Discord, please consider becoming a member, right? These memberships start at just $2.99. Really helps me continue to be able to do this. And then also, like I said, you get access to those members only videos. So, all right, I'm done. That's enough plugs. Thank you all so much. You're awesome. Have a great weekend. Cheers.